perfect. Just Councillor Cole Hamilton, if you could move yours towards you. And you can put it down, just, yeah, that's perfect. Oh, man. Excellent. Thanks everybody for joining us for the September 27th, 2021 regular council meeting for the city of Courtenay. Today, I'm actually going to start with a statement regarding the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation. This coming Thursday, September 30th, the city of Courtenay will observe the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. The city of Courtenay will close on this day as our council, employees, and community take time to reflect on the intergenerational trauma of residential schools and how we can collectively work towards reconciliation. As we approach the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation, our council is pausing to reflect on the meaning of this day, which will honor the lost children and survivors of residential schools, their families, loved ones, and communities. The immeasurable pain caused by Canada's residential school program is far-reaching for Indigenous peoples. Each new discovery of undocumented and unmarked graves of these lost children has reopened these wounds and further deepened the ongoing trauma caused by residential schools on children's, families, and communities. Our collective commitment to reconciliation must begin by acknowledging the tremendous harm suffered by generations of Indigenous peoples over hundreds of years and the impacts of colonialism and systemic racism that continue to this day. Our council is deeply committed to continuing our strengthening our relationship with the Comox First Nation, on whose unceded territory reside, as well as other Indigenous peoples living on these lands. September 30th is also Orange Shirt Day. This annual event was spearheaded by residential school survivor Phyllis Webstad to recognize the harm caused by the residential school system. We encourage everyone to wear orange shirts on this day to honor the victims of residential schools, the survivors, and those children who lost their lives. We also urge all members of our community to recognize this day by learning and reflecting on the immeasurable damage caused by the residential schools, as well as the racism and bias in all its forms. This may take the form of quiet reflection, education, or participating in a community event. This work is necessary to help us all move forward on a journey towards reconciliation and healing, and a more inclusive and equitable society for all. And with that, I'm going to actually pass it over to Councillor Morin, and you have a presentation.
Great, thank you, Mayor. I think
You're good. Yes.
I was contacted by a teacher at École Puntledge, who is the teacher for the Indigenous kindergarten program, Colleen Devlin, and she wanted to give our council a token of reconciliation for all of us to have to keep near us on our desk or in chambers, just to continually kind of remind us about the importance of reconciliation. So what these are lovely little paperweights that are like moccasins that the children created, and each one of them has an explanation, and I'll just read it out. We are sharing our artwork, a symbolic single rock moccasin, as part of our active reconciliation for Truth and Reconciliation Day. When you place these paperweights at your workspace, we hope that you think of the young children who were taken from their families and endured so much. Think of the heartache of the families and communities left behind and the families today who are still hurting. Vow to learn more about our true history and work towards reconciliation. Please use this day to choose an act of kindness and generosity towards someone. Hug your loved ones. Love the little bears in the Indigenous K1 class at École Puntledge. So I will pass these around. This is Councillor McCollum. Councillor Fields. Councillor Gillian. They've got us as mayors and Mr. Councillor Frisch. Councillor Hamilton, and of course Mayor Wells. So I just think it's a lovely gesture that these children made, and I appreciate it so much. And I know there may be some little people watching tonight. I don't know. They did know that there was a YouTube video. So.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Councillor Moran, for connecting and requesting to be able to do this during our council meeting. It is much appreciated to accept these gifts from these students during a council meeting. And I think it would probably be appropriate if we as council sent a letter of thanks. So maybe I'll grab a card after the meeting and we'll sign it off and make that happen. So thanks again, Councillor Moran, and thanks to the students who went out of their way to bring this to us. Again, just another great thing, and part of that journey on the path to reconciliation. So thanks so much. With that said, we'll go into our regular council meeting agenda, and we will start with the adoption of our minutes from September 7th.
Move adoption.
Second.
Excellent. And are there any errors or omissions? Now, I'm looking at this and it says September 7th twice, and I'm wondering if one of those dates should be a different date, like September 7th and September.
I think we met,
No,
didn't we
it was-
meet that morning early, that
Oh,
afternoon
right,
early?
there are
to-
two.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah,
Special
morning and
council.
afternoon. Thank you, Councillor Frisch, appreciate that. And I don't see anybody commenting if there's any error or omissions. Any opposed to receiving these, adopting them? Seeing none, that is received and adopted unanimously. Any introductions of late items? I didn't hear of anybody today. But moving along, delegations. We do have the delegation from the Comox Valley Art Gallery, and we have Glenn Sanford, the executive director. So maybe what I'll do now is pass it over to Glenn.
Thank you. First of all, I'm going to pass it to Woodletty Speck, one of our board members and our cultural protocol advisor. Woodletty, go ahead.
Yes, greetings, Council and Chief Bob. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to be here today, and I want to just to express how the gallery is working toward truth and reconciliation, and in doing that, we want to acknowledge the Puntledge, Ikes, and Comox peoples, and whose territory we are occupying. An important part of decolonizing and doing this work is recognizing that the cultural families of the Puntledge, Ikes, and the Comox are who occupy this territory as First Peoples. And we're so glad to be able to contribute to that and a lot of what we'll be presenting tonight. So my hands raised to the beautiful work that you're doing as a council and as a community. It lifts my heart. Thank you. Okay, Bob. Glenn.
Thank you very much, Woodletty. And I'll just start by introducing myself. I'm Glenn Sanford, and I'm the executive director of the Comox Valley Art Gallery. I want to start by saying that we are honored and privileged and grateful to operate on the unceded territory of the Comox First Nation. And recognizing the enduring presence of the First Peoples on this land is a key component of what we do at the gallery. We've done a great deal of work in recent years to ensure that there is a strong, visible representation of Indigenous culture in downtown Courtenay. And I'm having trouble proceeding with the slideshow here. Just 1 second. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm just going to move on. By the way, this slideshow contains sort of snapshots of some of the events and images that have happened over the past recent times at the Comox Valley Art Gallery. And I will not be addressing each individual slide, but I will proceed with this. These images, first of all, I should just check because I'm on Zoom. Can everybody see this okay? And is it looking all right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you, Paul. Many of you will recognize this event, which was the celebration of the installment of 2 welcome poles at the Comox Valley Art Gallery, as well as the planting of a traditional Indigenous garden. This was obviously in the before times, before COVID affected everything, but it was the start of a very important project called Public Place Sacred Space, which was a collaboration between us and the Comox First Nation, Comox artists and elders, and of course the City of Courtenay. And we really appreciated the city's support in making this project happen. After COVID took place, we continued with the project, but we had to find other ways of doing it. This is an image for the installation of Crossroads, the public art piece created by Andy Everson. And because of COVID, we couldn't have the big crowds, but we were able to celebrate it. And we used live streaming to share it with hundreds and hundreds of people. And that was an important development. We also continued with the expansion of the traditional Indigenous garden that was guided by Elder Barb White, who is on the right of the screen there. This is an important element of our commitment to reconciliation and reclamation on the Comox territory. I'm going to talk generally about this presentation. I want to briefly report on the activities we've undertaken in a very strange year and challenging year. And I don't mean year, I mean more like year and a half and counting, as we have tried to find ways to present art safely to the public. It was challenging, but it felt like art was more important than ever because, as we've said many times, art keeps us together even when we have to be apart. I'm going to talk about the programming that we offer, but let me start a little bit with the basics about the art gallery. We're run by a nonprofit society governed by a volunteer board of directors. Our president, Jasmine Badrin, is on she's watching through Zoom right now, as well as many of our other board members and team members of the Comox Valley Art Gallery community. We have 3 core staff, and that's it. The rest of our staff team is made up entirely of grant-based projects or part-time employees, project-based employees, or people who are employed through special programs like Canada Summer Jobs and so on. In addition to that, of course, there are countless volunteers, not so much during COVID times, but countless volunteers that keep the gallery going. Our mission is to connect the Comox Valley to the larger world of contemporary art. And we do this in a variety of ways through our exhibitions, our education and outreach programs, our creative residencies where artists create new work. This image is from our Project Room studio, and it shows a session where photographer Gordon Ross is educating our staff team, including summer students, on photography skills. One of the things that we did in response to COVID is we moved a lot of our programming to the outdoors. And a powerful example of that is the Walk With Me project, and many of you will be familiar with this. The Walk With Me project was a way of addressing the drug poisoning crisis that is taking so many people's lives and causing so much harm in our community. It involved creating soundscapes of people with lived experience. An example of that is the walk, and walking tours that took place outdoors, so that people could safely deal with, in an artistic way, with an issue that was having profound impact in our community. Another project, like we take on a lot of projects that have direct impact on our community. And some of you will be familiar with the exhibition Kill Yourself by Mackay Sharp, who faced head on and in a very courageous way the issues of bullying and homophobia in our community. And these are just two examples of many of where we are grappling with issues that are very important to our community. The other thing that I think COVID has helped us do is make significant strides in our digital capacity. And for us, education and outreach and community participation is a very important part of what we do. And we've found ways to use digital technology to make sure that we continue to have projects and programs that reach out to people and engage people. I'm now moving on to another very important component of our work, which is the Youth Media Project. Many of you will be familiar with the Youth Media Project, but I want to give special thanks to the City of Courtenay because our access to the upstairs of the building has enabled us to bring in, this is a $1 million project over 3 years that provides training and skills development to young people in our community. It is a multi-fold project because not only does it provide like an important training ground for young people, it also provides young people with a voice to be able to address issues of concern in our community, which they create films about. And it also enables young people to work with organizations and businesses throughout the community to create their own videos for their own purposes. So again, thank you to the City of Courtenay for providing us with that space. You'll also be aware that we run Shop Made. That's our retail outlet, and it features the work of dozens of local artists in our community. It's a very important contributor to the income of many artists in our community, plus it's a fundraiser for the gallery. I'm going to show you this. This is an example of work where we did a great deal of virtual work. In fact, we conducted a year-long virtual residency with artists and curators from Syria, who are now based in Europe, as well as artists from Mexico, who collaborated with local artists to create the most recent exhibition at the gallery. And it was a powerful example of how we were able to use the technology that is available to us and that we expanded further because of COVID to increase and enhance our programming and our connectivity to artists from around the world. We developed ways of creating hybrid workshops that were a combination of in-person and virtual so that people could participate still in the art making that we love so dearly, which is that much more challenging in times of COVID. And you can see in here people working together on various projects. We work very hard to do this safely, but create a kind of outreach and engagement that is really significant. One of the projects that we were really proud of was related to an exhibition called Our Young Girls. And it was, we worked very hard to encourage and develop skills for young girls who were entering the robotics program at NIDES, and to try to break down some of the barriers that exist for young women and girls to enter into some of the more technological aspects of the arts community and beyond. Another thing that we did throughout the summer was run Make Art Wednesdays. Here are some images from those. As you can see, we're outdoors. We're working with people to continue with our art making projects in as safe a way as possible under the circumstances and still keep people engaged and actively involved in the art community. I'm going to conclude with what our next program is going to be, and that is the Land of Supernatural Beings. It opens this Wednesday, and it is created by an important Haida artist, Terry Lynn Williams Davidson. She's an artist, a musician, and a human rights lawyer. We put on this program, like with many of our programs, in collaboration with other groups, in this case, the Community Justice Center and the school district. She's going to be, for instance, speaking at the Capanola lecture put on by the Community Justice Center while she's here. She's also going to be working with local students to create new work and engaged in numerous education programs with students. So I'm just going to summarize by saying, first of all, thank you to the City of Courtenay. You provide us with financial support, space to operate in, the building and the plaza, and staff support that helps us maintain the building and the plaza and the garden, and also connects us with various elements of the City of Courtenay that we have to work with. Thanks to your support, we are able to run a gallery that has become recognized across the country and beyond as a significant contemporary art gallery. We present art in and outside the gallery. So you may be aware that the art gallery creative team is a big part of the artwork that you see at the hospital, the North Island Hospital in Courtenay, for example. Our programming frequently tackles important issues in the community and helps address them head on, such as the drug poisoning crisis, bullying and homophobia, encouraging girls and young women to enter fields like robotics, and of course, Indigenous reconciliation and reclamation. I want to again thank you for the access to the top floor of the building so that we can continue with the youth media project, which I described earlier. It's also important for you to know that we provide jobs and training to young people through our internships and student programs. We help revitalize the downtown. The work we do on the plaza, our programming, our exhibitions, and so on, help create a vibrancy downtown that I think is really key. We draw people to the Comox Valley with our programming. And we've also developed a very strong reputation because of the excellent residency programs that we run that enable artists to stay here while they create new work. We collaborate with groups and organizations throughout the community. And finally, I do want to address the economic impact. Because of your financial support and the space, we are able to leverage literally hundreds of thousands of dollars from grants, from government and foundations into our community. And that is money that gets used by the gallery to purchase things at local stores and businesses. And it also is money that goes into the hands of artists and cultural workers. And believe me, we are not a crowd that invests in offshore havens. We are spending the money that we earn here in the community, and I think it is a very important part of the economy. So in other words, there's a huge multiplier effect to your investment in the art gallery. And so we thank you for your ongoing support. And we give special thanks to the staff at the City of Courtenay who tolerate us as we find ever new ways to try to expand and grow. We look forward to an ongoing relationship that helps enliven the downtown, provide education and training to people, puts on magnificent exhibitions, and connects the Comox Valley to the broader art world. And the final thing that I want to say is, I got to thank the staff, the board, and the volunteers at the gallery. These are some of the most hardworking, dedicated, and creative, inspirational people I have ever met. I feel blessed to work with such a team. They make all of this possible. And thank you. I'll be glad to take any questions.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Glenn, for your presentation today. And I'll look around to see if there are any questions. I think the elephant in the room is that you didn't ask us any questions. You didn't ask us for anything. So, but I do want to just say that obviously having a vibrant and artistic community is obviously a priority for our council. And want to thank you for what you've done. But I do see that while I've been chatting, some lights have come on. So I'm going to pass it over to Councillor Moore.
Great, thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much, Glenn, for your presentation. It just is such a treat to see the variety of ways that you present programs and opportunities and accessibility to the arts through so many different forms. And I guess I've been fortunate to have involvement with the Youth Media Project, which has been incredible. So I know the value of that program in particular. I was curious about the piece around, it's exciting that we have contemporary art brought to our community in these exhibits. And I think there are many folks in the community that are kind of the regulars or the people that really are engaged in this. I guess I'm wondering about maybe other people that are not necessarily the ones who are going to come out to an exhibit, and how you engage them in getting out to these events.
Well, thank you for that question. It's a really good one, and it's one that art galleries around the world struggle with a little, because I am aware that art, some people feel like art isn't for them, and an art gallery isn't a space that they're welcome into. We work really hard to try to combat that, and you never fully succeed, but it's an ongoing project. So that's one of the reasons why we're doing so much work on the plaza and in other ways to try to make the gallery more inviting, but also to make sure that art is visible to people even as they pass by. That's also one of the reasons why we're involved in another exciting project that we're working with the city on, which is to provide the opportunity to present video art outdoors in the gallery space on a regular basis. We also do things like the artwork at the hospital, for example, is seen by very many people who come in and come and go from there. And I think that is another way that we try to reach out. And also, I can't say enough about the importance of the education programs. Getting young people into the gallery at a very young age is really important way of teaching people that that the gallery belongs to them. It's their gallery. They can come in, and you can form lifelong habits. So we put particular emphasis on the reaching out to young people through the school programs and so on, because we do want to make sure that that people learn early on that art is for everybody, and that everybody is welcome into the gallery.
I have a quick follow-up. Sorry, just a quick follow-up. I'm really hoping that we can move forward with some public art in a intentional way, because I know that that's a really great way for accessibility, especially if you have public art that kids can climb on and all that kind of stuff, as well as just a variety of forms. And it brings it's like what you're saying with the video element, that it brings art out into the community, and I think creates a whole other appreciation. So thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for that. And public art is really important. That's one of the reasons why we're so committed to the project at the hospital, for example, or for installing the welcome poles and the crossroads piece and the Indigenous garden.
Excellent. Thanks for that. Thanks, Councillor Moore. And Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And thanks, Glenn, for the presentation. It was, I work about a block away from the gallery, so I often see, particularly on Wednesdays, people outside making art in public. And I think the way that you've managed to turn the gallery inside out has been remarkable and I guess creative, which is probably not surprising given the work that you do. But it's, I think it's made art more accessible than it was before, which is quite a remarkable thing to do at a time like this. And I just think back personally to going on the Walk With Me tour and how it's something I think back to many, many times. And that was so specific and so local and so painful at times, but really, really tremendously important. And I guess I think the gallery brings so many things to the community, and you talk about how it enlivens downtown, and that's an absolute certainty. And you also mentioned art as an economic driver, and you know, you shouldn't necessarily have to have an economic argument to justify things like art, but it never hurts to have one. And I remember reading recently that 7% of British Columbia's workforce work in cultural industries. That's 1 out of every 13 people. That's a significant part of our economy. And as you said, it brings people to the community. So anyway, just thank you for making it through a remarkably tough couple of years now and somehow managing to thrive amid adversity. Thanks.
Thank you for that. You mentioned Walk With Me, and if it's all right, I'll just also note that there's going to be, like, the Walk With Me project goes far beyond the confines of the gallery, and as you know, it is playing a role in informing the drug strategy. And not only that, though, if you're not aware of this, the Walk With Me project has become part of staff training at hospitals and other healthcare settings across the island, because it's such a potent way and a great example of people's lives literally being affected by the artwork that we create.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks, Glenn. I have to say, as someone who serves on the drug strategy committee, I've worked with Sharon frequently and just saw this thing grow and grow and grow. And I'm glad to hear that it's got a life far beyond the time it spent at the CPAG. It's now becoming part of the cultural fabric of our community. That's very encouraging news. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Cole Hamilton. I appreciate that, and thanks, Glenn. And maybe to add to that, just the great work that is happening there, and how much of an impact it has on our community. I think as people are getting out and getting back to shows and listening to the live music, just seeing that excitement, the electricity that's happening. One of the things that I think is probably a good idea to maybe I'll mention right now is the Fairs, Festival and Events Recovery Fund that's out there for organizations that are looking for some support. I believe the deadline is October 1st, so we still, it's close, but certainly something that's worth looking into if you're an organization that would like to find some of those funds that you were talking about earlier, Glenn, about how getting support from the city does help you get in line for some of those, as you said, hundreds of thousands of dollars in grant funds. So really appreciate that. I see no further questions. So I'll just say thanks again, Glenn, really on behalf of council, saying thanks to the Comox Valley Art Gallery and all you do. And obviously it's great to have you in the center of Courtenay. So thanks for that.
Thank you very much for your time.
All right, and with that, we'll move on to the Courtenay District Museum annual operations, and we'll get an update from Deborah Griffiths, our Executive Director.
Good afternoon, everyone. What an act to follow with Glenn on before me. And thank you very much, Glenn, for everything you do and for being such a great colleague. And also to Wedledi for your words. This has been a very interesting year, and our presentation is not as elusive as what you just saw, but I hope we've taken it down to an outline that gives an idea of what has happened over COVID. And I thought we would start on our annual report, and I think you all have copies of it, that this is the 60th year for the Courtenay and District Historical Society. And it's an important landmark for the organization, for the Courtenay and District Museum, because it was founded by a group of people, a diverse group of people with a very expansive mandate, and that's paying off today in the 60th year, and I'll go into a little bit further as we go along. But first of all, I want to say that the Society acknowledges that the museum provides services within the traditional lands of Comox First Nation and respects the diversity of cultures, stories, and experiences that form the richness of our regional heritage. And in all of our research efforts, we are aiming for diversity and understanding amongst all people. For the beginning of the Courtenay and District Historical Society, it was really interesting because it was started by a diverse group of people, and I have them listed here, but for anybody who doesn't have that in front of them, there was Catherine Capes, archaeologist, Ben Hughes was the editor of the Comox Argus, and First Nations leaders, Chief Andy Frank, Robert Clifton, and others were involved. And the board has included an elected member of Comox First Nation since the Society's formation. And I don't know if that is unusual in the province, but it has certainly been an enormous benefit to the Courtenay and District Museum. And we're very appreciative of that. And the organization was a volunteer organization up until the late 1980s, and from that time on, the museum began to gather funds, and the City of Courtenay was the main first funder that came in on funding in operating. And today, very importantly, we have a license to occupy and an operation agreement with the City of Courtenay, which has given the museum so much more stability. And we thank the city staff for helping us along the way, and council and directors who have helped us along. The operations and collections permanent exhibitions, many of you are familiar with the fact that we have the cultural and natural history mandate. And I want to go into that a little bit more because that has brought up a lot of questions from funders over the years. They've many times questioned why we have so much natural history programming and why we go into paleontology so much. And the answer to that is that the museum really tries to move away from colonial history. And natural history has provided a platform for us to have diverse visitors from all over the world come to the museum. And they're able to have, everyone is able to have a platform which we can all understand. And that's diversity in natural history, which also leads into diversity with human history. And I think that the community has been fortunate that the beginning directors started with that mandate. And we certainly have seen that over the years with more diverse audiences coming into the museum to see what is happening in the Comox Valley and all the strides that are being made to explore historical information. So we have 4 full-time staff, and we have 3 contractors working with us. And I am admittedly I'm fascinated with budgets. And so you'll see a lot about our budget in this document. And it's because COVID was very challenging and still is to some extent. One of the big things that helped during this time was the city coordinating that the executive directors of the theater, the art gallery, the museum, and Comox Valley Arts all met on a regular basis. And at the beginning, we were meeting every week. And that gave the museum, I think it did for the rest of us as well, an enormous amount of support and stability, and the funding that we continued to receive from the City of Courtenay and from the BC Arts Council and the federal government really helped us pull through. So when we're looking at our budget in this, we just had our year end in this last year. I've put this in because we try to look at our ratios as to how we're funding the museum, because I don't know if a lot of people realize that normally the museum is driving more than half of the funds that come into the museum. So the city, the Arts Council, the regional district provide funds, and then museum services and retail, our aim is to go over 50% in matching those funds. So we purposely laid that out so that you could see that the comparison from last year with the total municipal and regional funding from this year was 60.7, whereas last year it was 46.8%. And in the museum program driven revenues, it was 39.3%, taken way down, and our average was 53.2% last year. So you can really see how critical the funding was to sustaining arts and culture in the Comox Valley and in the province. So during the time that we were shut down, another important, huge thank you and appreciation to city staff is that we were allowed to do a lot of upgrading in the museum building. Again, for people who don't have a picture of it, it's 21,000 square foot building built in the 20s and the 1950s. So the City of Courtenay staff were amazing with helping us strip the floors, redo exhibits, improve conditions outside. And we also worked on conditions that would make the people working in the museum safer, and also people who use the transportation system outside. We now have 3 bus stops outside. So all of the work that has been done over the last 2 years has really made it a much more pleasant area and a safer area for people, especially in the evenings. So we say a big thank you for that. And also there was support from the community, and we actually have something in here from Wayward Distilleries, donation of 2,000 liters of hand sanitizer to the Comox Valley Community Foundation. And people have done that throughout COVID, and it's just been amazing to deal with it. Our year-round programs were affected by COVID, and we did have to stop our in-person programs. We started virtual programs right away. We had lots of narrative that we use. We've produced 2 books over the last 5 years. One is Step into Wilderness. This was our latest one that we've done through about 5 years of research. And so we've been able to take the narrative from the books and our historical research and move those into virtual presentations, and work with the school district on virtual presentations for natural history. In late summer in 2020, we started fossil tours again, and this year we have fossil tours going as well. And another interesting point this year is in 2020, we were open, well, before 2020, we were open 7 days a week during the summertime. And this year we're open 5 days a week during the summertime. And visitors are spending way more money in the 5 days now than they were spending in the 7 days. And so that's another interesting point of how the public is responding in a different way to what we're doing. And there are a couple of changing exhibits that we had during the year. One was from the RBCM and from Craig Darragh Castle, temporary exhibition, Finding a Voice, Eleanor Dunsmuir. And we also had a in-house curated exhibition on a portion of our collection, and it was titled Dreamland. As well, during the summer last year, we had a major discovery, 85 million year old discovery on the Trent River. And this was a cumulative discovery. Pieces of this specimen had been coming down a cliff face for years, but when we finally had some time during COVID to inspect it more thoroughly, we were able to excavate it last summer, and it is a juvenile elasmosaur. And I'm sure you've heard lots about it, but we do have more information on it, and it is on display in the museum now. And I would just like to say, I know my time's pretty well up, but I would just like to say a big thank you to City of Courtenay, to the staff, to council, and to the board of the Courtenay and District Museum, and everyone who's cumulatively been involved with what we have been doing over the years. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Deborah, for your presentation today. And I think, obviously the find of Mike Trask and then his brother, Pat Trask, are obviously very important. And I know for myself, when we first moved here, the fact that you go to the museum and organize tours and look for fossils just seems so amazing compared to what you would normally think you would be able to do at a museum. And Pat, after he found the juvenile elasmosaur, when I asked him about it, I mean, he was so excited about it, and he, invited me down into the basement to look at what the work that they were doing. And again, just absolutely impactful, not just the work that they're doing, but just how passionate they are. So just huge kudos to all the staff there that are doing an amazing job.
Thank you.
I don't see any questions or comments from council. So with that, thanks again, Deborah, and
Thank you.
give our best to the rest of the museum staff.
I will. Thanks a lot.
All right. And excellent. So that's Courtenay Museum. And next we have on here is the Comox Valley United Soccer Club need for additional facility. And we have Stefan, I believe. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Stefan. Thanks. Yeah.
I had a 50-50 chance.
Pretty close.
Thanks, Stefan. I'll pass it over to you.
Yeah. So first off, thank you for having me, and thank you for your words ahead of the ceremony. Just want to let everybody know that as a gesture for the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation, we've shut down operations on Thursday. It's a small gesture, but it's something that we can do for that day. For this presentation, I'm going to try to share something off my phone. It's a bit difficult to do, but I'll do my best.
And Stefan, if you need to, I can advance these slides for you from my desktop here at the city.
Oh, that would probably be easier. I think I'm not able to share my presentation on here.
All right, here we go. Stand by. There we go. Can everyone see that okay?
We can see it great. Thanks, Neil.
Perfect. So once again, thank you for having me. I'm the president of the soccer club. I've been in the role for, I've been on the board for 4 years. I've been in the president's seat for just over 2 years. We're a really thriving and great organization here in the Valley, and we service quite a few children, as I'm about to tell you. And we're a growing organization, which is why we're kind of here today. So just to go over my presentation today, I'll give you a little bit of a background on our club, talk about the shortage of facilities in the Valley, what we feel is required for us and other sports to be successful for the next 10 to 20 years. We'll talk about field usage a little bit, and then how we're going to get it done. And finally, what we're looking for from the city. So a little backgrounder on our club. So next slide. We basically are the only game in town in terms of sanctioned organized soccer. There are some recreational leagues in town, but we're the only sanctioned BC Soccer sanctioned organization in the Valley. We literally have programs from everyone aged 4 to 55 plus. So we do have quite a large number of people playing. The club was formed in 1999 by way of a merger between 2 youth clubs and some adult clubs. And right now we have, so in the fall, we actually have a record number of youth registrations. We're about at 900, which is very high for the fall. In the springtime is usually higher. So we're probably going to have between 11 and 1200 youth registrations this year, and then add another 100 to 200 adult registrations, depending on how things flesh out. The other thing I want to just pass on is COVID has been really, really challenging. We have some staff. We have 2 full-time staff members and 2 part-time staff members, but we're generally volunteer driven. I myself am a volunteer, and getting through COVID has been a challenge. But now that we're at the back end of it, it's really obvious with these growing numbers and then the need for more facilities that people are wanting to get out on the pitch, and we just don't have enough space for them. So if we go to the next slide. So just to give a little highlight here, we seldom, if ever, come out with our hands out. We've invested a lot in local sports infrastructure. I believe that we have provided the most funding out of any not-for-profit in the Valley. It's about $1 million to date, and we have another $250,000 earmarked. So we've built a clubhouse on top of a washroom facility at Valley View. We've put up lights at Vanier. We've contributed to the turf field construction. We've purchased basically every soccer goal in the Valley. And in future, we have money earmarked to relay the turf at Vanier and also build a field house at Vanier. In addition to have paid for seismic testing at Valley View for unfortunately not proceeded with project there. So if you put that all together, it's a lot of money. We feel we do our part, and we're just looking for some assistance. So speaking of the challenges, so in the last few months, I know that other organizations do some valuable work in the Valley as well, but we seem to be getting more and more squeezed as we go. So we usually have 4 key facilities that we use. So that Valley View Isfeld Complex as one, Highland High School as another, Vanier High School is a third, and then the 19-wing gym for indoor activities. Unfortunately, we've lost time slots to Sport and Social Club at 19-wing. Baseball is pushing us off at Highland. I know that's not Courtney's problem, but I'm just trying to paint the picture. At Valley View, we've lost, basically we're second fiddle to slow pitch during a large part of our programming, and we can't access Valley View. And lately we've been lost some time to field hockey at the turf, despite our large investment there. So put that all together, growing programs, more kids, less space, we got a problem. So the first thing that we can do to address this is we do recommend that the City of Courtenay conduct an analysis on the use of outdoor facilities in Courtenay itself. We believe that there are a lot of facilities that could be better used. So first off, Valley View, I mean, we are a youth organization. Our clubhouse is there. Like a reassessment on priorities there would be probably a good idea. Another facility which is not used that much in our minds and has lights is Bill Moore. I know it's earmarked for baseball and football, but there's a field there with lights and not a lot of use for large portions of the year. So we would ask the city analyze the usage rates of those facilities. Go to the next slide. So as I said, we do our part in the Valley to help build infrastructure. And we have 3 major infrastructure goals at present. So the first one is building a field house facility, which is a little bit stalled at the moment, but we have confidence that it'll carry forward. The second one is to relay the turf at Vanier, and we have confidence that that's going to happen. And the third one, and that's why we're here, is to build another facility in the Valley. So what we'll see on the next slide is why turf. So fortunately, we live in a beautiful place. Unfortunately, it rains a lot in the winter, and that's when the vast majority of our programming is conducted. Unless you have really, really high end, half synthetic, half real grass, it doesn't hold up in the rainy season. So every single community on the West Coast has invested in a lot of turf. We have 2, but we only have 1. When we look at what we use it for, like right now, basically every single time slot except for Sunday nights is used. We squeeze onto the turf. Like we now put 4 competitive teams on the turf at once. Tonight, right after I'm done this, I'm going to go coach at our academy programming, and we end up having, sometimes 80 to 100 kids jammed on the turf, which is fine. Like it creates a lot of good energy and stuff. But if we grow any further, there's literally nowhere else for us to put the kids. The other benefits of turf is that you can use it all year round. The cost of maintenance is really low, and it basically ensures a really quality playing surface throughout the year. Go to the next slide. So we've had we've explored in the past different options, and there is an existing plan for 2 fields to be built at the location of our clubhouse at Valley View. We went all the way to the 11th hour and 59th minute in around 2010 to try to get this done. Unfortunately, couldn't get done, but the plans for this exist, including seismic testing. So that would be probably the easiest solution for us. We wouldn't have to build any more buildings. Our clubhouse is right there, and we could just run programming in perpetuity at that location. More like plan 1A is to use Isfeld for a turf facility. It's a little bit further of a walk from our clubhouse, but our clubhouse is there, and we do have the grass fields, and it becomes quite a bit like a giant complex for us that way. And the space down low at Lower Isfeld is really huge, and it's really nice in the spring, but it's not that great in the winter because it gets really soggy. So turning that into a turf field would really extend the playing season for that location. The space is so big, actually, that you could probably fit a full field and an 8-a-side field just in Lower Isfeld. And while you're at it, you might as well put another 8-a-side field on Upper Isfeld. And then you can get numerous teams training at the same time. Again, it'll sustain our growth, and I'm sure other ball sports growth and the high school for the next 10 to 20 years. The third option, we haven't investigated this as much, but our current turf is at Vanier High School. So it's good to have facilities close to one another because you can just harmonize programs. It's easier for parent drop-offs and this sort of thing. But building a second turf field near the existing one with lights, it would also be of benefit. The caveat to all of this is we're not just pressing forward on turf. If there's appetite for an indoor type facility, we're game for that too. Obviously, in November till about February, the temperatures are cold. So for younger children, we do make it work, but it's not great for their little bodies. So an indoor facility in any of these locations would be sufficient. What we can bring to the table, number one, expertise. So we've got the people in place that have done this before. We've done the planning, we've done the fundraising. We've proven that we want to contribute funds to these projects. And so that's our primary give. Second one is we have a proven track record of making large contributions to community projects, and we've got an appetite to do so as well. And the third one, of course, is the will to do it. We really, really need this to happen. Go to the next slide. So how can we make this happen? Well, using our network of volunteers and, of course, all the professionals at the city, the RD and the SD. We really want this to be a team effort. When we want to do this, well, now that COVID-19, we seem to have a way out of this, touch wood. We feel that now is the time to do this. Kids want to play, kids want to be outside. Let's make it happen. So in conclusion, we are a highly engaged and committed community partner. We've contributed much to the local sports infrastructure scene, over almost $1 million, with another $250,000 earmarked for further facilities. And what we're looking for from the city of Courtenay is to work together to choose a site and agree to a concept for an all-weather facility deemed suitable for year-round play, based on the 3 options presented, and gain commitment from the town to proceed when a viable concept is determined. Of course, we are also looking for funding for this project because it's not cheap, but no ASCII, no getty. And finally, I would just want to reiterate, we would like the city to conduct an exhaustive analysis of the use of rec space in the city of Courtenay, such that space can be best allocated and distributed. Of course, the two locations that we would be looking for more access is Valley View because of nearness to our clubhouse, and Billmore Park because it has lights and it's not used that much. Are there any questions?
Excellent. Well, thanks for the presentation. I'll talk a little bit while the lights are potentially going to get pushed here. I have a couple of questions. Well, maybe some clarification. In your presentation, you talked about the RD and the SD, and just to clarify, that's the regional district and the school district. And with the regional district, there is the actual sports committee that meets regularly and looks after these things. And maybe the question I have, just because I don't know, is have you already had those discussions with the CBRD? And you've come to Courtenay, but I'm just wondering about Comox and Cumberland, just because we're all sort of municipalities, and sometimes we get asked for stuff, but there's other municipalities as well.
For sure. So yeah, to answer the first question, yeah, it is the regional district and the sports district, school district. We have briefed the regional district, the sports commission specifically. We did it as part of an overall ask for as part and parcel of the Fieldhouse project, but we did make note that we need to move forward with this, and that was about 1.5 to 2 years ago. I have briefed the town of Comox. I'm a resident of the town of Comox, so I'm keenly interested in voicing my concern about the lack of facilities, and we've actually just engaged in a very broad letter campaign to the town to re-energize the commitment, the commitment that they notionally made last year to explore options. Of course, Cumberland, we haven't approached yet. They're a much smaller player in all this. I get how it works. I would like all of these stakeholders to get together. We all come up with a solution. I've presented 2 different options in the town of Comox because they're not in your jurisdiction. I would like us to work together to come up with a solution, understanding that no one of our jurisdictions here has a monopoly on soccer in the Valley. Courtenay and Comox have a lot of players in our club, and we're just looking to gain some political will to make this happen.
All right, thanks so much. And there have been potentially some better questions generated here, so I'm going to pass it over to Councillor Hillian.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Stefan, for the presentation. I should declare up front that I'm actually a member of the Comox Valley United Soccer Club, but my dues, I believe, are up to date. So I don't think that constitutes a conflict of interest, as we're not making any decisions right now. But I do understand that a very positive meeting took place earlier this week that will help move the clubhouse at Vanier along considerably. But I'm also wondering if our staff can perhaps comment on study of fields. It's my understanding that there is a field study that's going to take place through the regional district in the near future. And I'm just wondering if our staff might have further information on Courtenay's engagement with that process.
Yeah, I can answer that question, Councillor Hillian. It's Susie Saunders, Director of Recreation, Culture and Community Services. So through the mayor to Councillor Hillian, the last time a regional sports study was done was in 2008. It was done with the Comox Valley Regional District, Town of Comox, Village of Cumberland, City of Courtenay, and the school district. There are recommendations in that report that have been completed, as well as ones that are still outstanding. I can't say if the regional district is going to update the field sports strategy, but I can say that staff have been in discussions with staff at the regional district, encouraging them that we get together and take a look at that study and update it with current demographics and trends and usage patterns, and take a look at what the recommendations would be moving forward. So I don't have a commitment from the regional district at this time that they're moving ahead with it, but we are actively in discussions to reinitiate a field sports study.
Thanks very much, Ms. Sanders. And Stefan, I will ask you one question. I know that there are communities that have indoor facilities. They tend to be either bigger communities or communities that have some type of industrial tax base. But I'm just wondering if you've researched what the cost would be of building some type of indoor facility as opposed to putting down more artificial turf?
I did. I mean, they're all over the country. So, and they're all different in scope and scale. I'm from Winnipeg originally. Winnipeg has invested, I would feel, the most into indoor rec space like this. They have 2 facilities, but they are what I would say the Cadillac solution. They are roughly $20 million each, but they're quite monstrous and elaborate. They're built for purpose for the climate in Winnipeg as well. So clearly we have different needs. There are some that are smaller in scale, like the one in Langford that Pacific FC just built. I believe that one was about 5 million. There's also one in Bridgewater, Nova Scotia that our past president just moved there and he pointed it out to me, Mr. Paul West. And they built theirs about 10 years ago for roughly 3 million. But obviously with inflation and everything like this, I would put that one closer to 5. The one thing about that one is that they actually built an indoor track in it, which is elevated above the surface. So, just by virtue of having that track, it is by nature multi-sport. So, and then there's everything in between, the Cadillac solution and the really rudimentary ones that I just described.
Okay, thanks very much. As you've heard from Ms. Saunders, I'm sure that our staff are ready and willing to work with the other partners in the Valley to look at solutions. Obviously, the resource issue is a key one, but I think we all recognize the significant number of people that are involved in this particular sport, as well as the demands of many users in the sports community who would benefit from additional facilities. So once again, thanks for your presentation.
And Mr. Garbutt, did you want to add something to it? Okay. I'll pass it over to Councillor Moore.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. I had to have a chuckle when I saw your first paragraph here about offering cradle to grave soccer programs, and grave is a 55 plus, so so I must be getting the grave. But anyway, I was curious about kind of the makeup of your participants, because of course soccer is, compared to some other sports, a little bit more economical for families, and as we've seen with COVID, outdoor activities are really on the rise. So I'm not surprised that you've had such an uptake in participants. But do you keep any stats on the percentage of youth in particular that maybe are accessing KidSport or other financial assistance to participate? I'm just wanting to get a sense of the makeup of your participants, and hoping that equity is a big focus, because I think that's helps bolster the argument for resourcing soccer to the level that you're looking for. Do you have any information on that?
For sure. We always have a handful of kids every phase. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but as the president, I have privileged access to this information. So we always have a handful of kids every fall, every spring that do our fall house, which is now called the Valley Youth Soccer League. And they definitely access KidSport and other programs such as that. The other thing, and this is more of a personal ethos thing. So I'm from Winnipeg. I'm not from a great area. It was hard for us growing up. I had a twin brother on top of everything, and we made sure my parents struggled to keep us in programming. So it's really near and dear to my heart to make sure that sport is accessible for everybody. We have programs beyond the community level programming. We have like our academy program, and there's a few examples of kids that literally their parents couldn't afford to do that programming. The club just covers those costs. We never let a kid go without. And one example, like she plays on my team. We had a game last night. She probably wouldn't have been playing otherwise, and we made sure that she was supported adequately, and now she's playing on one of our rep teams. So we definitely put our money where our mouth is. The other thing too is the thing about soccer now, especially in Canada, it is like for both boys and girls, it's it's super important that we invest in programs. I have 3 daughters, so I have a lot of skin on the female side of the game. But I'm happy to report on our competitive programs, we actually have more females playing than males, which is a real anomaly in Canada. But we really push the female side of the game.
Wow, it almost seems like you've heard me talk about gender equity at the Recreation Commission with that. So thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, Councillor Moore, and appreciate that. Yeah, I'm glad we talked a little bit about that budget side, like just the actual costs and the dollars that we're talking about, because I know when the turf field went in by Benny there, I think the cost there was north of $1 million, and then there's maintenance and lighting and all the other costs that go along with it. So I really appreciate your candor, and I think reasonable thoughts on what those costs are probably going to be costing. So but with that, I think council's gotten a very good idea where you're at, and staff have heard kind of some of the conversations. So we'll let you go on with the rest of your day, and thanks again for your presentation.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
All right, bye-bye. All right, next on the agenda is the 2019 to 2021 City of Courtenay Strategic Plan Review and Update. And there is a recommendation. If somebody would like to move it. Councillor Hillian.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll move that the September 27th, 2021 staff report, 2019 to 2021 City of Courtenay Strategic Plan Review and Update be received for information, and that the 2019 to 2022 strategic priorities chart be amended as outlined in schedule number 3.
Second. All right, that's been moved and seconded, and I'll pass it over to our CEO, Jeff Garbutt.
Thanks, Mayor and Council. I really wanted to say it was a great opportunity to work very closely with our staff group and council to review the strategic plan. First adopted by council in 2018, the 2019 to 2021 City of Courtenay strategic plan was reviewed and operational strategies were updated in mid-2019. As a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and ongoing operational requirements, the current version of the strategic plan was not reviewed and outcomes were not reported in 2020. Beginning in May of 2021, council worked with staff in a series of facilitated sessions to review the strategic plan and, if required, make adjustments to priority actions and timing. This staff report includes a summary of the process. It was quite a robust process. I'm really honored to be able to work with such a great council and staff that came together to discuss all of the great work. It was quite incredible to look at how much has happened in the last since the last reporting on the strategic plan. Not only did we basically reinvent the organization during COVID and all of our service delivery areas, particularly recreation, but at the same time, we moved a significant way on council strategic priorities. And on page 25 of the staff report, I'm sorry, 25 in the agenda, we have over 40 items in addition to our core business that we moved on. And I can't speak any more or highly on how committed your staff group are to working with the public to move forward on these items. It's really unbelievable, actually, to look back how much we had to change. But at the same time, we've learned some really great lessons out of this whole COVID process, and we'll continue to do that. One of them is this hybrid meeting format, of which this is the first one. So, COVID has been an extremely challenging, unbelievable tragedy throughout the entire world. However, there are some key things that we're taking away to really improve our business. Schedule 3, as referenced in the recommendation, provides an overview of the strategic priorities for the remainder of 21 and 22. This list approved by council will guide the development of more detailed work programs and resourcing estimates by staff that will feed into the 2022 budget process. The overview of these items is on page 27 of the agenda. At the time, we head into the 2022 budget process, council will be able to further review the city's ability to resource and advance the work required to deliver on these items. And an important aspect that came out of these 4 facilitated sessions was the discussion of current and future strategic priorities that link 2021 and 2022 actions beyond the term of this council into the future. Schedule number 4 on page 28 of the staff of the agenda provides an overview of the key focus areas, a description of timing of this work, and future budget information. This schedule will be used for reporting as well as to guide longer-term financial planning and in the orientation of incoming council. I just wanted to say again, to thank you very much to council for all their support and hard work in the deliberations. We have a good understanding, I think, of the strategic direction for this community and the organization, and staff stands behind you ready to deliver. So I'm ready for any questions if you have them.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Mr. Garbutt. And just really want to say thanks for organizing this refresh and really getting focused on kind of the things that we have to do now that we kind of know our new reality, and really stay focused on those things for the rest of our term that will be ending next year. Councillor Hillian.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to acknowledge and appreciate the work that staff have done, both on this listing of priorities and plans, but also we've endured a historic time of very difficult proportion, and I think it's our staff have gone above and beyond to ensure the operation of the city continues. We heard earlier tonight from 2 of the beneficiaries of that, the art gallery and the museum, who've both been able to function, and they were both very congratulatory of the efforts of the city to help them get through that difficult time with both resources and cooperation. So I think that it's really worth acknowledging that while maintaining operations during this difficult time, there's also been advancement of some of the strategic priorities. I think of reconciliation, I think of the climate change focus of the official community plan, and numerous other initiatives that have continued. And there's certainly items in the list of ongoing projects and services that I believe we're all looking forward to. So I just wanted to acknowledge our staff, past and present, and the amazing work that they've done for us in this time.
Thanks so much, Councillor Hillian. And I think you touched on a lot of the things, and maybe one more area that kind of was unexpectedly, possibly even greater impacted in a positive way was our development services, and the amount of work that they were able to do and the revenue they were able to generate to offset the losses as best they could. Not that it was by plan, but offsetting those losses that were coming in from some of the other areas. And if we look around our community right now at the amount of construction happening right now, especially for multi-dwelling units, hotel or apartments, et cetera, you know, they really kept the ball moving, and like I said, they were able to provide far more than what was expected. Sorry, I seem to have prompted another comment, but I'll pass it right back to you.
Well, thanks, Mayor. And I did want to also acknowledge that we've received many useful suggestions from our community partners during this time, including downtown business and various organizations, as well as individuals who are concerned about issues that they see in the city, the challenges of our unhoused population, some of the other issues that we're facing. And I believe within the priorities going forward that we may find room to engage people more so than perhaps we've been able to during this last period of time, given the restrictions of the pandemic. And I think that our citizens rightly see issues that they not only want to see addressed, but actually have some ideas and some willingness to step forward and help with. And I think that's a great asset that we can take advantage of going forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian. I don't see any further questions or comments. And so we do have a motion on the floor. So all those in favor? Any opposed? And that's unanimous.
Your worship, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yep.
I just neglected to acknowledge Ms. Allison Hapkirk, who helped us through. She did a great job. I really wanted to say thank you. And then I wanted to just leave off to let council know that we'll be spreading the word on our updated strategic priorities, and you know, council will be aware, and the public will know where we're headed. So I forgot to say that in the presentation, but again, thank you very much to Ms. Hapkirk. I think she might be watching us live today. So I told her,
Yeah.
thanks very much.
Absolutely, and her ability to again shepherd us through this process, given the challenges that we had, were great. And I think I can probably speak on behalf of council. The meetings that we had with senior staff to really look each other in the eye and get a real sense of where the city's at was amazing and invaluable. So just want to thank everybody for participating. With that, we're going to go into 4.2, I believe, and this is about where we're going to start changing things. So we are going to vary the agenda a little bit. But 4.2.1, we have the official community plan amendment bylaw for the Wache Friendship Center's affordable housing. And if somebody would like to move the motion.
Sure, I'll move that staff report entitled Official Community Plan Amendment Bylaw number 3028 and zoning amendment bylaw number 3029 for 1679 McPhee Avenue be received for information.
Second. Excellent, thanks for that. And it's been moved and seconded, and I will pass it over to staff. It says, I'll pass it over to our CAO.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council. So we're going to start with Mr. Fitzgerald. He's going to do an overview of the application, and then the applicant is going to do a short presentation. And then we're going to have a joint question period, and then council can continue with their deliberations. And thank you all. We work a little bit on the format. We tried it at delegations in our last meeting, and we're going to move it into the report consideration. So thanks for your thanks for working with us on it.
Fantastic. Thanks very much.
Go ahead, Matt.
Okay, thank you. Through CAO to Mayor and Council. So this is a proposal to develop a 40-unit, 5-story affordable housing complex at 1679 McPhee Avenue. To do so, the first step is for the official community plan land use designation to be amended. It's currently an industrial land use designation. And the proposal would be to amend it to a multi-residential land use designation. With that, the second step would be to rezone the parcel from its current industrial zone to a new comprehensive development zone, which we've seen quite a few of them recently as a zone specifically tailored to this development and some of the unique attributes of the development. Public information meeting was held in support of this proposal. Several comments were received, including a range of concerns, parking, as well as building height, scale, and construction parking. In addition to the public information meeting requirement, the applicant opted to hold an open house, which occurred on the subject property, in which neighbors were again invited to ask any questions or raise any concerns. Staff are recommending that council proceeds with first and second reading of both bylaws and that a public hearing is scheduled. As Mr. Arbit introduced, the applicant's also here tonight. So I think right now would be a good time for me to pass it over to the applicant so that they could proceed with their presentation. Afterwards, we can jointly answer questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. And so I have Lindsay, Roger, and Maris as the applicants. I'm not sure. And there we've got the PowerPoint up.
Yeah. Great. Thanks. Good evening. Pass it over to you, Roger.
Yeah. Good evening, Mayor Wells and Council. I'd just like to begin by acknowledging that our housing project is on the unceded traditional territory of the Comox First Nation. And joining me tonight, or I'll introduce myself. I think I know everybody, but I'll introduce myself to the public. My name is Roger Kishi. I'm the coordinator of homeless and housing programs at the Wache Friendship Center. And I'm sort of the lead at the Wache Friendship Center for this housing project. Joining me tonight are from Macola Development Services, who we've hired as our development consultant, are Lindsay Monk and Jamie Begin, and our architect from McDonald Haggerty Architects, Maris McDonald. And I guess it's next slide, Lindsay. So the Wache Friendship Center, I think that many council members are familiar with our society. We've been around since 1995, and we're a charitable nonprofit society whose mandate has a focus on delivering services and supports to the urban Indigenous population in the Comox Valley, but we also provide services to the non-Indigenous community in the Comox Valley. We deliver a variety of programs, up to 50 programs, and some of them are sort of sub-programs within larger programs. Everything from small children to youth to adults and elders. And I guess in the last couple of years, some of the council may recall that we went through the process of rezoning to accommodate the daycare that we now have on site at the Friendship Center. Next slide. So we're here tonight to present to council our vision for our affordable housing program, and you know what we're really looking at with the 4 bullets that are on this this slide is that we want to try and provide housing to low-income Indigenous seniors and singles, to provide housing options close to existing community services, including the Friendship Center, because that's going to be a key link with this housing, is that you know, we will encourage the tenants to participate in the programs and services that we offer through the Friendship Center. You know, I think that everybody on today will acknowledge that we are in a housing crisis here in the Comox Valley and in Courtenay. And so, you know, a huge goal is to increase the stock of safe, affordable, and accessible housing here in the Comox Valley and in Courtenay in particular. And because it's you know, really the main focus of the Friendship Center, it's to improve the quality of life for Indigenous peoples. And now I'll turn things over to our architect, Maris McDonald.
Good evening. Next slide there. So currently the Friendship Center owns the 2 lots, the 1625 and 1679 McPhee Avenue. The location, obviously the current Friendship Center is located at 1625, and then overflow parking at the moment is at 1679. Location's at the very end of along the old railway there. So there's a whole bunch of old industrial zoning there, which is currently zoned, the lot's currently zoned I2. I know that the staff is looking at, in the next official community plan, at a lot of this area getting rezoned for much more diverse uses. Upon kind of discussions with the planners, it was decided that we seek to do a kind of a comprehensive development zone for this site to develop a multi-level affordable housing. Next slide. Parking has been an issue on the site that we've tried to address with by allowing basically one access for the 2 sites. So this eliminated a whole bunch of extra circulation that we would have had to try to accommodate on our site. So it's joint, we're kind of combining both parking facilities for the Friendship Center and the new building. And then we've also come to agreement with the church across the street for additional parking during construction. Next slide. Quite a beautiful landscape plan has been done by Biophilia out of Victoria that focuses on Indigenous planting including kind of a native meadow and food gardens. And then also along with quite decorative screening along the outer edges, just try to mitigate and kind of reduce the overall massing of the building. Along with the landscape, which isn't depicted in any of these renderings yet, we've also tried to kind of mitigate the overall kind of appearance of the building by adding heavy timber elements around the skirting and also breaking down the mass with certain volumes and mainly a kind of a wood look to the building, although most of it will be metal clad. And then these, basically we're up to 5 stories and we're going for 40 units. 9 1-bedrooms will be accessible, fully wheelchair accessible. And then 23 1-bedroom adaptable units as well. And then on the main floor, we're trying to tag a little bit of program space, kind of connecting it with the existing Friendship Center. So there's a cultural space on the main floor that is directly connected with the existing center through a pathway. And we're also going to be we're targeting step code 4 in this building, which makes it 1 step below 5, which is completely passive. So, and you can see in the next slide there, one of the nice things about this location is because it's across the street from single family residential, but it's obviously the rest of the industrial zone. And its orientation, the only buildings that it shades in the wintertime is actually the Friendship Center itself. So there's no shadow coverage on any of the single family across the street. And next slide. This is a typical floor plan of the 1-bedroom units. Actually, there's no accessible units shown in this plan yet. But we get 8 units per floor and try to reduce the amount of circulation in the building as much as possible. And then I'll pass it over to Lindsay just to discuss all the funding strategies.
Great, thanks, Roger Ramirez. Yeah, so just quickly, the different funding programs that we've applied for do have requirements around accessibility. It's one of the reasons why you see the accessible units that we've gotten here, also being mindful of our target tenants being primarily seniors. They also have requirements around energy efficiency, so hence the high step code level. Also requirements around greenhouse gas reduction and energy efficiency, and then affordability as well. So we have applied to BC Housing's Community Housing Fund in 2021, and we were successful in given approval to proceed. So that comes with a $3.8 million forgivable loan as well as repayable loans. And does prescribe rent categories to ensure affordability. So all of the units are below market and have income eligibility requirements. And then a full 70% of the units are deeply affordable. So either at the shelter component of income assistance or at an RGI level, so 30% of income. And so that requires an ongoing subsidy from BC Housing to be viable. We're also pursuing funding through CMHC, so hence the additional requirements there, as well as through the Federal Federation of Canadian Municipalities Green Municipal Fund. To date, we've been fortunate to receive funding through the CVRD, Homelessness Support Services, for which we're really grateful. Also through CMHC seed funding, through FCM, and through BC Housing to further our design. So we believe that our proposed project is supported by the city's policy context, both in terms of the existing, but also the proposed new OCP. So the site is designated in the new OCP as one of the growth nodes where 70% of new growth is expected to occur. And it's also within a neighborhood hub, as you can see there. So our proposed development also aligns with the CVRD regional growth strategy in terms of locating housing close to existing services, increasing affordable housing options, and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. I think we're also responding quite directly to some of the results of the housing needs assessment from last year, looking at the overrepresentation of Indigenous households in core housing need. and also the aging population that we're seeing in the valley. So this project directly serving sort of those two populations. We also have been lucky to have the support of the Comox Valley Coalition to End Homelessness. And I think finally also reacting to a lot of what we're seeing in the new OCP around climate change, just looking at, at a building that really is targeting a really high level of the STEP code, as well as additional greenhouse gas emission reductions. So in terms of community engagement to date, WCHA does have a website page available on their website where updates are posted as they're available. And then as Matt mentioned, we did do a mail out in the summer to about 125 households, and then held an event in the summer where we had about 25 neighbors attend. Some of the feedback that we heard in terms of support for our project was really around the need that folks are seeing in our community for this type of housing, extremely quite deep affordability. The accessible units were quite well received, as was the landscape design. As has been mentioned, the main concerns we've heard to date, unsurprisingly, are really around parking and traffic. So I'll just speak quickly to some of the parking considerations. So as Maris mentioned, there's really two pieces here, sort of the WCHA Friendship Center staff and then the tenants. So in terms of the Friendship Center staff, we're looking at about 27 full-time employees who park regularly, as well as 2 shuttle vans that WCHA operates. So about 29 spaces. I don't know why this keeps going forward. And so we're able to provide 20 spaces on the WCHA Friendship Center lot. So we've got a surplus of about 9. And as mentioned, we have secured an agreement with the Faith Lutheran Church across the street to utilize their parking during construction, some of their parking lot during construction. And then just on Friday, we actually received communication from Shaw, just on the other side of the Friendship Center, who are willing to lease parking spaces, 9 parking spaces to the Friendship Center when the development is complete. So just got that word on Friday, and obviously need to negotiate that agreement, but it's looking like we will be able to accommodate all staff parking on site. So the second part of that is really around the tenants. So obviously we're proposing 40 units, all single occupancy, and 10 spaces, so a 0.25 parking ratio. Each, as I mentioned, each dwelling is single occupancy for primarily targeting seniors and quite low income. So our considerable experience is that there is significantly less vehicle ownership amongst seniors, but particularly amongst low income seniors. And as I mentioned, a full 70% of the units are really targeting that quite low income demographic. So really we're looking at a maximum of 12 units where we would anticipate any vehicle ownership. And we have done a review of other developments with a similar target tenant group. And given that work, as well as the fact that transit is so closely located nearby, and the shuttle service that WCHA does provide to elders already to get to appointments and grocery shopping, et cetera, really leads our project team to believe that we can accommodate our tenants within the parking available on site. So yeah, in conclusion, I'll just leave you with our contact information and just reiterate that, the WCHA Friendship Center, as Roger mentioned, has been around for a long time, serving the community. We're committed to being a good neighbor with this development and looking forward to working with council, with staff, and with the neighbors to bring this project forward. It's an underutilized parking lot that we're looking to develop affordable housing for Indigenous elders in a spirit of reconciliation. So thanks for your time tonight, and look forward to any questions.
All right, thanks very much. And I think that's the end of the presentation. Just give me one sec here. And we do have some questions that have been generated. I think Councillor Theos had his question formulated quite a while ago, so I'm going to pass it over to you, Councillor Theos.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everybody, for the presentation. And when you're looking at the proposed project, the parking was the biggest concern, and of course the traffic, but predominantly the parking was the biggest concern, as you had mentioned, from the majority of the people that had provided us feedback from the area. But I do like your approach in working with the church and with the Shaw and with the most current update, and with some of the other ideas such as the park and ride. I feel you were quite creative in finding some solutions in that regard. My question is in regards to, now, is this going to be only Indigenous residents that can utilize these units? Or is there going to be a small percentage for seniors in the community that may not be Indigenous, or maybe a small portion of their background may be Indigenous? Because I do field calls on a weekly basis with just seniors in general in our community, Indigenous or not, that are really desperately in need of housing, and hopefully we can address a greater range of those peoples.
Great. So through the mayor to Councillor Theos, thanks for the question. So as I mentioned, the funding from BC Housing has requirements around income and eligibility on that in that sense. And so the majority of tenants come from the BC Housing Registry. So that's sort of the main sort of eligibility requirement, is to be on the BC Housing Registry and meet those income limits. From then on, it would really be WCHA as a housing provider prioritizing tenants. So priority would be given to Indigenous elders. And then if there were additional vacancies left over at that point, it would be open to non-Indigenous seniors.
Thank you very much. Mayor, may I have a quick follow-up?
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you very kindly. Thank you for that answer. So when you're talking about the BC Registry, I was going to ask in regards to would the majority of these potential tenants be living in the Comox Valley area, or are they coming from across BC? And sorry, go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah. So through the mayor to Councillor Theos, Roger, did you want to answer that question?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. So as Lindsay has said, is we will be drawing applications through the BC Housing Registry, and we would sort of prioritize Indigenous elders or Indigenous single adults, low income seniors, and Indigenous adults. But the other thing is we're looking at solutions for the Comox Valley. So we would make it part of the criteria that we would look to I guess almost as like a second priority as to individuals who have lived in the Comox Valley for the last year or two. But sort of similar to what the selection criteria is for the supportive housing at the junction. There is actually a requirement there that people have lived in the Comox Valley for at least the last year.
Great, thank you. And I did notice that roughly 8 of the units would be at $375 a month, if I was reading that correctly, which to me, now that's truly an affordable rate. Whereas we hear the word affordable housing being passed around quite often lately, and I think it's really being misused, and people are generally not in appreciation of being told that projects in front of us are affordable housing when they're $1,400, $1,500, $1,600 a month rent for a 1-bedroom. So I believe I read that right, that at least 8 of them were $375 a month.
Yes, and it would be a mix of those units. So it would be a mix of the bachelors and the 1-bedrooms. And Councillor Theos, I agree with you. The whole definition or perception of what is an affordable rent. I think that for true affordability, we really need to focus on nonprofits and community housing or social housing or whatever you want to call it, to provide those truly affordable rentals in our community.
Thank you, Roger, to you and your team.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Theos and Councillor McCollum.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you very much for the presentation, everyone. It's great to see this project moving ahead, and I really want to congratulate your whole organization for getting the project to this phase. It's going to provide a real benefit to the community, and hopefully in the not too distant future. I think there's really a lot to be said for affordable housing that's going in and combination with like such an integral community service that the Friendship Center is already offering. So I can just really picture how this could really add to the vibrancy of the neighborhood as opposed to the empty parking lot that's sitting there now. I do see that the parking may be a major issue as this project moves forward, especially at the public hearing, just based on the comments that I read from the engagement that's already happened with the neighborhood. But I do agree with the assertion that this is likely probably a fairly low ownership group in terms of how much people utilize a vehicle and whether or not they are likely to own their own vehicle. But something that did occur to me while I was reading through this, and I mean, it's great news that there's another 9 parking spots secured. That's actually a pretty significant increase from just when we read the report over the weekend. But something that we don't have in our community that is starting to take hold in other places is car share. In the last year, Nanaimo has successfully gotten Modo. I'm not exactly sure what the mechanism there was, but I just did a count. There's 7 car shares that are now in a community to the south. And I do wonder if that's something that could be flagged by the Wache Friendship Center as maybe something going forward that could be a mechanism for addressing the limited parking and also providing a service to the residents and the neighborhood that, you know, car share is not something that we're familiar with in our town, but it could be a path forward for residents that are just a lot less dependent on storing their own personal vehicle. And it still allows people to have that freedom of being able to get in a car and go somewhere without having to store their own vehicle in a parking spot. So those are just some comments I wanted to make. I actually didn't have any questions. Thanks again.
And did you want to respond to that or?
Well, I can maybe add to that, and you know, Lindsay has mentioned it in our report that that the Friendship Center has 2 vans, like we have a minivan and a passenger van, and with our elders program, the elder support worker does provide supports to elders, and we can utilize those 2 vans to you know, to get people to appointments or to other things for tenants for this building or prospective tenants for this building. The other thing that the Friendship Center is also looking at is we are looking at you know, addressing the issue of the use of cars. And so the Friendship Center, you know, it's in very early stages, but we are considering our own sort of car share capabilities. But you know, that's really going to be subject to funding. If we can find funding somewhere to you know, to purchase vehicles that could be car shared, either with a staff or well, mostly we would be with staff, I think. But yeah, it is something that is on our radar screen. But again, like everything else within a nonprofit, it's subject to available funding.
Yeah, if you want to follow up, absolutely.
Yeah, it's great to hear that that's been pondered, and I did pick up that there are, you know, in the sense that the shuttle and those services do kind of fill some of that gap already. And I guess what I was maybe suggesting, I certainly take the point that, I mean, it won't happen without funding, but perhaps there is a way of partnering with some of these existing car shares. I mean, maybe providing a venue for a conversation around car share with, you know, the it's Modo, I think is what's in Nanaimo, but that maybe there is an avenue there to bring another service on with it. And I don't mean it to be part of the development process, but I just kind of wanted to raise it as a potential for down the road, you know, when this project is a little bit further along in the process.
Excellent. Thanks, Councillor McCollum. And Councillor Moore.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Thanks so much for the presentation. I'm really happy to see this coming forward. To me, it checks off so many boxes that frankly I've been just waiting for something like this to come forward. Obviously, we need to deal with that come up at the public hearing. But I think, you know, it's kind of a testament to nonprofits that just the piece around the neighborhood collaboration and the kind of problem solving, getting to this point. Often we have proposals coming to us that legwork hasn't been done. And I think it really is a testament to the kind of folks that work at nonprofits and how resourceful they are and good at problem solving. So I guess just in response to some of the comments, we know that Indigenous folks are disproportionately represented in our unhoused population. So I think it makes sense to prioritize Indigenous elders for sure with this project. We want to try to, you know, even the playing field a little bit there. And I know that in the last couple of years, there's been some awful events happen where some Indigenous seniors were displaced. I believe most of them did find housing, but I'm not sure if all of them did. And I guess you know, the whole package, the gardens, the potential for multi-generational activities with the daycare there. There's just so many amazing opportunities, and I just commend you for all of that. I happen to know quite a few Indigenous elders, and I was speaking to a couple of them that have had some real housing challenges, precariously housed for a few years now, bouncing around from a camper to a tent to a room in a house temporarily, etc. They have mobility challenges. They were curious what the age would be because they may be more in the, you know, kind of mid-50s range, and we just wondered what your definition of an elder would be age-wise. So that's a question that I have. Thanks.
Thanks. So through the mayor to Councillor Morin. So I don't make this this definition, but BC Housing defines seniors as 55 plus. So to be eligible would have to be 55 plus. We have all single occupancy, so it's not really a question for us, but for other seniors developments under BC Housing that have, you know, 2 bedrooms or what have you, you can have one member of the couple not meet that age requirement as well. So.
That's great to know, and I'm really thrilled with that definition in this circumstance. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Moore, and Councillor Hillian.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for the presentation. I'm certainly supportive of this going forward to a public hearing, but I do want to focus on some of the issues that have been brought up by people in the neighborhood. It strikes me that some of them perhaps misunderstood some of the aspects. There were references to a lack of sidewalks in the drawings and concern about where landscaping would go. Hopefully the further information provided has cleared that up. But specifically, I wanted to ask about the running of the building, which some people made reference to. I understand that it's essentially an apartment where people will live. But how will it in fact be managed? And does the WACHE have an ongoing role in that process of management of the building?
Well, I'll just so the WACHE will own the building and the property. Well, we already own the property, and we will own the building. We have a memorandum of understanding with Macola Housing Society. That upon commission, they will operate and manage the building for us. And Macola Housing Society is you know, the largest Indigenous housing provider in the province. They've got over 2,000 units of housing throughout the province, and so they have the skills and expertise to manage this housing. The real sort of I guess expertise that really is needed is to manage the rent structure that is going to be is mandated by BC Housing. So there will be subsidy that comes to the Friendship Center to support the shelter units and the rent geared to income units, and with that there will be annual eligibility criteria that BC Housing will require to make sure that people are eligible to still receive those basically it's a subsidy for those units. As part of that MOU and the discussions with Macola Housing Society, the Friendship Center has expressed our wish that through mentorship and some training, that somewhere down the future to sort of expand the capacity of the Friendship Center would like to, in somewhere in the future, also take over the operation and management of the building. So, so right now it's that Macola Housing Society will, upon commission of the building, will operate and manage the building. And, I guess one of the I guess because it was a hot button, or it still is a hot button topic here in the Comox Valley around supportive housing. Our building is not supportive housing. The people, the tenants who will live in this building will be independent. But the operation side will be contracted to Macola Housing Society when the building opens.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification. Two other questions. The first does relate to the parking issue, because there are only 10 slots provided for 40 residents. Is there any type of screening that goes on when people are going to be admitted regarding whether they have a vehicle or not?
Yeah, so through the mayor, so there is an asset limit that BC Housing requires as part of that ongoing income testing. So there's income testing as well as asset testing. So certainly if there were assets in excess of what's acceptable to BC Housing and cars are among those assets, then that you would not be eligible. But then as the provider, there is that ability to basically say to folks who are applying for the building to say, this is it comes with a parking spot or it does not, right? So there's that ability to offer parking or to say, no parking available if we were at that capacity.
Right. And I can't remember reading through the materials if storage is available. I understand there's some bicycle storage. Is there storage in general for people's belongings that may not fit in their small apartments?
Yeah, so through the mayor, I might ask Maris to answer that question if you're still there, Maris, around storage.
We have about 23 square feet of storage. We have quite large closets in each space at the moment. And then we're also looking for other opportunities at the moment through kind of design development.
Yeah, I was wondering about storage lockers, which are fairly common in apartments, but perhaps that will come out at a later point. My final question, a number of people were not only concerned about parking, but were concerned about the sheer size and scale of the project. And it is quite a departure for this neighborhood. And I can understand people being struck by that significant change and wondering about it. I'm just wondering if you can explain the rationale for the size of the building. Of course, we know that the more units, the more people can be housed. But I'm wondering if in terms of the funding, the formulas, and the way the building would operate, if there is in fact a rationale for the size and scale that would perhaps help people to understand why a 5-story building makes sense in what up until now has been a 1-story neighborhood.
I can kind of comment on a few of those things, and then Lindsay will probably have to fill in the rest. This is a very extremely tight site, and often we're looking for high unit yields out of any building we do, and also really high efficiency targets. So we're only allowed a prescribed amount of circulation and other activity space within the building. So this site was quite a challenge, and by going to the 5 stories, we were able to hit a lot of those targets. Along with the fact that the Friendship Center next door has some other facilities like the daycare and stuff like that, but also a lot of the programming space we can kind of share with that facility. So, and then I'll let Lindsay comment on some of the other aspects of that.
Yeah, sure. So just in terms of the funding, so the BC Housing Community Housing Fund does come with a forgivable loan that's on a per unit basis. So that $3.8 million grant or forgivable loan registered on title that I referenced is corresponding to a number of units. So upwards of $100,000 per unit, depending on the size. So that definitely has been a consideration for us. Obviously, there's efficiencies on the design, but also efficiencies in terms of construction with a higher number of units. And then because this project, is really seeking that deep affordability, it does require that ongoing operating subsidy to be viable. And that operating subsidy is calculated on a per unit per month basis. And so the sort of densifying the project as much as possible allows us to get that ongoing operating subsidy to that per unit per month metric that the funders are looking for. We did run scenarios with fewer units at an earlier stage of development, and the project wasn't as viable as it is at 40 units, but then also really trying to maximize the ability to serve the population, right? So Riche does own this site outright. That's usually the first challenge, as I'm sure council is well aware of in trying to develop affordable housing, is just really the lack of available land to build this on. And we felt we had an opportunity to maximize the funding program and to maximize Riche's ability to meet this need in the community. But I also think we've done a lot of work. We do obviously realize that 5 stories is a departure for the neighborhood, and perhaps Maris can speak a bit more to this, but we have done a lot of work to try to have the building in terms of the materials feel less aggressive to neighbors. So sort of a warm palette, using a lot of warm wood materials, and we are open to suggestions from the community in terms of if there's ways in which we can modify the design to feel a bit more integrated with the neighborhood. We're certainly open to that feedback. But yeah, I would say the density I think speaks to the need, but also speaks to our ability to maximize what's available currently from our federal and provincial partners.
Thanks very much. I think that what's most encouraging to me is that not only is there a fairly universal agreement of the need, but also strong support for the existing operation of Wache and its role as a good neighbor. So hopefully understanding some of these issues about the scale will help people to adjust if in fact this passes final reading and does go ahead. But I really appreciate the response tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian, and Councillor Cole-Hamilton.
Great, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation this evening. And I'll certainly be supporting this going ahead to a public hearing. I think, as many people have said, this is a crying need for affordable housing in our community, and I think the co-location, particularly for Indigenous elders with Wache Friendship Center, is just perfect. And I did want to address some of the concerns that were raised. I think Councillor Hillian went through a number of them. I sort of tallied the sort of concerns, and the most frequently referenced one was traffic. And look at the traffic report, and this building should have an insignificant impact on surrounding streets. So hopefully that's a cause of some reassurance for people. I think the second most common was parking, and we talked about that to some degree. I think I had in my notes that was hoping you'd find a long-term solution to the leasing of spaces, because the church one is only for construction, and you answered that before at the very beginning of your presentation. I also like a lot the van, the 2 different vans, the minivan and the 12-person van. That's sort of its own sort of built-in car share of a sort. And if I recall, there was also 1 parking space which was set aside for future car share use. So that's it's obviously something which you've been contemplating as well. And one of the other concerns that came up was, of course, is the height. And versus the parking lot, this is obviously higher, but we can't look at, it's not a question of a parking lot versus a building. This is zoned currently industrial. And I believe the maximum height currently is 15 meters. And this building will be, the roof will be 15.8 meters. So it is taller, but it's not enormously taller than what might have otherwise been put in place without any requirement of approval by the city. And And there were some complaints, concerns about noise, and I note that it's currently zoned industrial. So it could be, I think it was said either manufacturing or a works yard where operations could start at 7 in the morning. So this, I would imagine, seniors, and perhaps they might be listening to music loudly, but other than that, I don't think there's any concern that it's going to be a real noise issue. And the other one, which kind of made me laugh, was I think probably because of your image on page 64, which seems to, of our staff report, that's the image which seemed to cause people to think that you might be planting trees on 17th Avenue and eliminating the sidewalk. And I think it's just that you use gray as a color where you haven't sort of filled in the detail. And I'm pleased to see we'll be keeping the sidewalk. I think that was a great design choice there. So when I look at the concerns, and I understand the people's concern about change, this is undeveloped land, which something will happen to it, and that's always the case with empty land. It won't remain a parking lot forever, and it seems that you've tried to address most of the possible concerns that could be out there. And overall, I think it's a well-designed proposal. I think it'll be a good neighbor to people in the community. And I think probably, actually, I'm not sure I necessarily have a question, but I just wanted to say how pleased I am to see that you've, I think, addressed almost all of the concerns that could be out there. And with the parking issue now largely resolved, I think that it's a solid proposal to go ahead for a public hearing. So thank you for all the work on this.
Thanks, Councillor Cole Hamilton, and Councillor Moore.
Great, thanks, Mayor. Well, you can always count on Councillor Cole Hamilton to bring up the rear with some really great points. And I was going to bring up the points about the industrial aspect as well, and certainly, there could be something quite annoying to neighbors put there instead of some lovely elders who will enhance the neighborhood, I think. And we do have a school there, a large, huge, big school. We have a store that is, it's not 5 stories, but it's a fairly big building. We have a church. So, I mean, we're not butting up a development beside houses. It's on a corner where there are no houses right next to it. So I think in that way, and with some of the design elements, I think hopefully that will alleviate some of the concerns. I wanted to ask a question, I guess, of Jamie around, I know Macola Housing has had support workers at some of its other housing developments, even in Courtney. I don't know if they still do, but is that something that would possibly be part of this development, is having that sort of support worker position?
Maybe I'll take this on too, because with another hat, I'm on the board of Macola Housing Society. Macola, as a housing provider, does not directly deliver support services to its tenants. We have staff who operate and manage and maintain the housing, but and so part of that is that if there are some concerns around tenants, is Macola Housing will encourage the tenants to access existing community services. I think the real plus, I think, for Wache's project is its proximity to the Friendship Centers and the accessibility to the existing programs and services through the Friendship Center, and the partnerships that the Friendship Center has with existing community services as well is I think will really that those will be the supports for the tenants in this building. So I guess the short answer to that is that Macola doesn't directly provide services, but Macola would definitely encourage tenants to access existing community support services, and like I say, the plus that we see is the proximity and the accessibility of those or some of those support services at the Friendship Center, which will be right next door.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I just seem to recall the place on Lake Trail seemed to have a work for many years ago when I was doing a program out of there, but and I just wanted to say that you're probably aware of the improvements to 17th Street that we have in the works, and I think it will really enhance the neighborhood, these things together, and obviously pedestrian safety and things like that. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Moore, and Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the presentation. Clearly not too many stones left unturned in this discussion, but I will just pipe in that I really applaud the work you guys are doing towards affordable housing, energy efficiency, community building and reconciliation, all those things. But I did want to highlight something else that really impressed me, and that's in your transportation impact assessment. Used a company who actually acknowledged the transportation demand management, and so that kind of puts you guys in the position of actually helping out not only your tenants live in a more affordable fashion, not having to use a vehicle and afford a vehicle, but also in the city's challenges to deal with transportation. So creating a development that doesn't induce that demand to use the cars, I think it's really helpful on our end. So thanks very much, and look forward to seeing this move forward.
Excellent. And I believe that is that for questions, as was noted. I think most of the stones were flipped over there. So, but I think it's been a very great conversation. And based on that, I think we're now going to call a question. And so all those in favor?
Receipt?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody is in favor of receipt, and Councillor McCollum.
I'll move that the official community plan amendment bylaw number 3028/2021 at 1679 McPhee Ave, a bylaw to designate the subject property as a multi-residential, and the zoning amendment bylaw number 3029 at 2021 at 1679 McPhee Avenue, a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw number 2500 2007 to create a new comprehensive development 34 zone CD 34 and rezone the subject property from industrial I2 to comprehensive development 34 zone, and amend schedule number 8 zoning map at 1679 McPhee Avenue, pass first and second reading.
Second.
All right, that's been moved and seconded. I don't see any further.
Sorry,
Yep.
I'll just play referee for a second.
Yep.
Ms. O'Connell's on it. So we need to have a motion to amend the agenda immediately to consider first and second reading for agenda item 12.1. 12.1.
Oh, did I skip one?
Yep, that was on the red
That's
part.
okay.
Yeah.
Again, thank you. Through to council.
Yep.
Like I said, I think I just want to make sure we vary the agenda.
Yep.
For those consuming the meeting. So if we could go to the motion to vary the agenda.
I can move that, Mayor.
Yep, Councillor Cole Hamilton.
So I'd like to move that we vary the order of the agenda to immediately consider for first and second reading agenda item 12.1.1. Official community plan amendment bylaw number 3028/2051, 1679 McPhee Avenue, a bylaw to designate subject property as multi-residential. And agenda item 12.1.2, zoning amendment bylaw number 3029/2021, 1679 McPhee Avenue, a bylaw to create a new CD4 zone and rezone the subject property to CD34.
Second.
Point of order, Mayor.
Yeah.
I'm just jumping in. I don't know if this is right, but do we not need to pass the CEO's recommendation to actually move to first and second reading and then do the public hearing bit? That looks like that comes first, and then we would move to, sorry.
No,
that should be a pain, but
I believe what they, oh yeah, CAO.
Through the chair I believe you made the recommendation for the staff report in your motion. I'm just getting notes from Mrs. O'Connell. So we've done that, then we vary to pull out.
Okay.
Just following my cues.
Absolutely. And for those that are following along at home or somewhere in the Zoom meeting, traditionally, these things have all been contemplated in different parts of our agenda, which has been a bit discombobulating. So what we're trying to do, and we just skipped one a little bit, is to, when we're talking about a particular item on our agenda, to deal with it all as one thing. But it does require a little bit of monkey wrenching and burying the agenda to make that happen. So but on the motion to vary the agenda, which has been moved and seconded, all those in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. And then I'll just say that the previous motion that was held in abeyance while we were varying the agenda on the first and second bylaw readings, we can now call a question on that. All
Was
those.
it seconded?
Yes, it was seconded. I believe it was seconded by like 3 people too, if I was counting correctly. So I think there's a lot of support for it already. Yes, Councillor Gillian.
Further to Councillor Frisch's point, in the motion moved by Councillor McCollum, he's doing a reference to the public hearing. Where did that aspect get noted and approved?
It's in the CO's recommendation, which we didn't read.
In the actual full agenda, right?
Yeah, on page 33.
So we have to deal with that after we deal with this.
So then the third motion would be as per the staff report. So Councilor McCollum, we have a little bit of a challenge in what's in front of you. So you're right, Councilor Frisch. My recollection was that we did move the staff report motion, option 1. It wasn't all read out, but we should cover number 3 as well. Thank you for that. I'm sorry. So we've got recommendation 1 and recommendation 2, and recommendation 3 were in the CAO recommendations. So just for clarification, Ms. O'Connell's on the line, just to clarify if we didn't move the motion in its entirety.
Thank you through your worship to council. So the first motion, after having dispensed with the motion for receipt, would be if council is inclined to move and second the staff recommendation. Once that has been voted on, then the motion to amend the order or vary the order of the agenda to bring the 2 bylaws forward for immediate consideration would be appropriate. And then you would have the motion to provide the bylaws with first and second reading. So on the procedure script provided to you earlier this evening, you'll see it's laid out, and where things seem to have gotten lost is when you've got question called on receipt and that's been approved, the next one is the motion on the staff recommendation. And then when and if that's approved, then you move the motion to vary the order of the agenda.
Right. And it just wasn't in the script. So that's probably why we just sort of blanked on that part.
No, we skipped it. We just skipped the bullet.
But it's a bullet, but it wasn't actually written out as to what we would say.
Got it.
No.
Just saying to make it simpler for ourselves as we move to, again, I appreciate everybody's
If it's
patience.
appropriate, Mayor,
Yep.
If you're holding other things in abeyance, I'm prepared to move the CAO recommendation at this point.
I'll second that.
Okay.
I'll read it just to be clear, that based on the September 27, 2021 staff report, OCP amendment bylaw number 3028 and zoning amendment bylaw number 3029, 1679 McPhee Avenue, council approve option 1 and complete the following steps. 1, give first and second reading of OCP amendment bylaw number 3028 to designate the subject property as multi-residential. 2, council give first and second reading of zoning amendment bylaw number 3029 to create a new CD 34 zone and rezone the subject property to CD 34. 3, the council directs staff to schedule and advertise a statutory public hearing with respect to the above referenced bylaws.
I think I seconded that already, but even more so now.
Excellent. All right. So I think we're getting ourselves cleared up. So that is the motion on the staff recommendation. Been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that's the recommendation that was on page 33 of our agenda. We have also moved the, and voted on varying the agenda. And then in advance, we've been holding the actual motion for first and second reading. So we're all caught up. Excellent. And so based on the motion on first and second reading, all those in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thanks again for everybody's patience as we work through this. And maybe what we'll do right now is on the script, where it does on the next item, where it talks about that staff recommendation. If somebody wants to write down the page number of that, so that when they make that, when we get to that point, we can whittle our way back to it. I think that will make great sense. Excellent. All right. That being said, thanks so much to Roger and Maris and Lindsay, I believe, for your presentation today, and to staff, Matt, for keeping all of this organized for us, and the staff report that came forward to us. And with that, we will move on.
Okay, can I just say that thanks to staff, mayor, and council, and we appreciate being your guinea pig for this sort of new hybrid process.
Fantastic. And we're tweaking it as we go a little bit, as you can tell. So I appreciate your humor and your patience with us today, and wish you a great evening. Again, thanks for bringing this project forward in our community. It is much appreciated. And with that, we'll go to item 4.2.2.
I can move that if you want, man.
Yes, please. Councillor Cole Hamilton.
So to continue with Procedure Fest 2021, I'm going to move that the staff report entitled Updated Proposals Zoning Amendment Bylaw number 3030, 3040, Kilpatrick Avenue be received for information.
Second.
Excellent. And with that, I will pass it over to staff. Mr. Garbutt.
Thanks again. So Mr. Fitzgerald will do an introduction. We don't have the applicant making the presentation. I believe they're available, but Mr. Fitzgerald can correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you through CAO to Mayor and Council. So this is a proposal for a 41 unit multifamily building at 3040 Kilpatrick Avenue. Council will remember this proposal was originally considered at the September 7th council meeting. At that meeting, council deferred making a decision, requesting additional information on both the size of the proposed bike stalls, as well as additional information on the affordable housing amenity contribution. So I guess concerning the first part, the bike stalls, the proposal was revised so that 30 stalls in the parkade are now 2.5 feet wide by 6 feet long. And there's 12 stalls on the first floor of the building, which again are 2.5 feet wide by 3.5 feet long. In that case, those parking stalls are designed so that the bike is stored vertically. Concerning the amenity contribution, the applicant offers to dedicate 5 of the proposed units as affordable housing, with the purchase price that will be set at 30% below market value for similar units. This will be secured through a housing agreement, which will be a condition of rezoning, and specify conditions in that housing agreement that the units are only to be sold of residents of Courtenay, and that it can only be for principal residents. The term of the agreement is proposed at a 10-year. So after that, the units would no longer be under the housing agreement. So staff are recommending that council proceed with first and second reading at this time, and that we proceed to a public hearing. And with that, I'll take any questions. And I guess just to, the applicant is available and on the call if there are any specific questions for him. He's indicated he'd be willing to provide additional details. So between me and him, if there's any questions, please let us know.
Excellent. And the applicant's name again?
The applicant's name is Sasha.
Perfect. Thanks for that. Just so people, if they're asking a question, they know who to refer to. And with that, I'll pass it over to Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Matt, for bringing this back so quickly. I appreciate the work it must have taken to get parts sorted out, and I'm really pleased to see this, that we're formalizing the 5 units, and it's reflecting the ratio of units in the overall development with 1 studio, 3 1-bedroom units, and a single 2-bedroom unit. And I just had a question about the future housing agreement. I guess my initial question is it customary to keep it to just 10 years? Because obviously if perhaps longer, is there value in keeping it longer in the below market stream rather than going back to market value after 10 years? And the other question I had is in clause C of the letter from Sasha's, the developer's lawyer. It says the affordable housing units would contain a restriction they could not be sold for at least 10 years after its purchase at market value. If an affordable housing unit is sold prior to the 10 years, it must be resold on the same terms and conditions. And I just wanted to be clear that if the unit is resold within the 10 years, the person who buys it, I assume, is then, under that wording, is then bound by the exact same conditions for the duration of the 10 years. Is that correct? I think that's what it's saying, but I just want to be clear that's what the agreement would entail. And also just a question, Matt, about whether 10 years or a longer period of time is optimal.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So the 10-year horizon of the agreement is what was proposed by the applicant. There's no reason it can't be less or more, but that's what's proposed. And then as far as second question, I think maybe I'd turn that one over to Sasha just to make sure that's what you intended. You mind?
So Sasha, if you'd like to that.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. Yes, we proposed a 10-year sort of a mandate should a unit be resold to be sold under the exact same criteria as we would sell it at time of new construction, meaning that it would have to be through a covenant, section 219, be sold at a 30% below market rate. There's criteria behind that. Once we sell it, I'm happy to increase it to 15 years should a need be. We would not be retaining any of these units upon selling them to locals. And there's really strict criteria that we've actually implemented for this policy going forward that I think council will be really impressed how we would actually sell these 5 units should and when we proceed to selling them.
Okay. Thank you. You said that you might possibly, during the sale of them, extend it to 15 years. Is that something you'd be agreeable to with the units?
Yes, most certainly. Should council proceed to request a longer tenure of the covenant, I'm more than prepared to, part of our disclosure statement, have those 5 units that we designated and earmarked at arm's length dealings, part of the, affordable housing policy to include a greater than a 10-year tenure on the covenant. Absolutely.
Okay, that certainly satisfies the question I had. And Matt, if that's not going to, I don't want to unduly delay things, and I certainly don't want to send things back for another round of is this something that could be dealt with this evening? So we that
through the mayor to Hamilton. So we have, I believe that would be an item that could be addressed post public hearing.
Perfect.
And I would strongly encourage you, we have something in front. This is what's being consumed, and then we can address that. And I would ask if staff could correct me if I'm wrong in that regard.
So it's probably Matt. Mr. Fitzgerald.
Yeah, thanks. I just reiterate Mr. Garbutt's comments that that's something that if council wishes, they could direct after the public hearing.
Great. I was hoping it could be dealt with after the fact without having to change any of what we're looking at this evening. And again, appreciate both sides quickly and with something clear on the affordable housing piece. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Phelan and Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor. The first two phases of this project, they are attractive and they're appearing to be filled to the most part. And the challenge is that businesses in the area that are surrounded by this project feel great hardship, and they've expressed that great hardship. And, it has created a large challenge for me to say that I am comfortable in supporting a project that will bring more hardship to those businesses that were really working in good faith and acting in good faith. So this is challenging for me, and there's a lot to think of and a lot to work through. But I'd hate to see someone benefit at someone else's cost, especially when the others have been doing everything right and just trying to survive and get through difficult times, especially. So that is very challenging for me. I wanted to ask about the market rate. Who sets the market rate? Because when that it's going to be 30% below market rate. If someone says that the unit's $1 million, I don't know, who sets these markets rates. So if I could get an answer on that, that'd be much appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question through CAO to Mayor and Council. So under the terms of the housing agreement, likely be a provision that the market rate is determined through an appraisal. So if in the report it mentions the value of similar units, so an appraisal would be conducted, which looked at the value of similar units in the area, and then the reduction based on that.
Thank you very kindly.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Morin.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Theo. Sorry, Councillor. I'll get to you.
Assisted by Councillor Fritsch.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, Councillor Morin.
Okay. I'm just wondering how we had talked, I think, at one point around having the units kind of managed by someone to determine that they go to people in need. So I'm kind of missing something there in terms of how these affordable units are not going to get sold to someone who doesn't need an affordable unit. So what am I missing there?
Through we don't actually have an arbiter, I believe, inside the community. So that is a bit of a challenge without that. But I would let maybe the applicant speak to that. But we're in this process as we evolve into some of these housing issues, and we, as far as I know, currently have a structure in place to work towards the issue that you identified.
Is there any kind of response around that, or?
Maybe the applicant could speak to
that. Sasha, did you hear the question? Does it make sense? It's just a question of like, there's criteria there, but then who's going to evaluate that in terms of the purchaser, and especially if once you've sold it, it's now kind of out of your hands. I think that's part, like if there's a 10 or 15 year agreement.
Thank you for the question, Mayor Wells. We have actually, believe it or not, implemented or suggested implementation of certain policies on how to sell these 5 units to the locals that are deserving of the affordable housing component and reduction in terms of cost. There's many different criteria that we've been implementing, and items like that they have to be minimum 5-year residents of the valley, that they're employed, that they have pre-approved unconditional financing through a class 1 or 2 lender, that on a promissory note that they're going to live there for a period of minimum 5 years. So there's all that structure in place, and something that we are happy to do. And I lean on my staff and my development manager, which is Bill Laidler, who presented last time on September 7th, who's regrets not being here tonight. He's prepared to come to city council and in the chambers and like literally take the applications of the shortlisted 15 members for those 5 units so that it's very transparent at arm's length. We will not sell to investors. We will not sell to anyone that hasn't resided a proof of residency within the valley of 5-year residency and absolute unconditional pre-approval from a financial institution to be able to purchase such at occupancy. We are not trying to do nothing but at arm's length here dealings whatsoever.
Thank you. I mean, I appreciate that we're embarking on some new territory here, but I really don't want to defeat the purpose by, going through this process and then the unit's not going to people who've been waiting for an affordable unit to come up in the community. Thanks.
Well, I stand firm to my commitment on these 5 units. I rest assured the entire mayor and council chambers that we will not at any time deviate from our policy, and something that we would hopefully one day challenge, our fellow competitors within the valley, within, the district of Courtenay, and suggest that build policy around it. Like, it should be at arm's length. The needy, right where the sort of future residents, owners of these units, there's a policy around it, and we will do it within full transparency, support of staff and council. 100%. Actually, you have my word on
that. Thanks, Sasha, and I appreciate you walking down this path with council. So it is much appreciated. Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to address one of the concerns that was raised by Councillor Theos, and I certainly, I know you've been a small business owner, as have I. I understand it's not easy, and no one certainly wants to put any small businesses in jeopardy. And it was with that concern that I really looked through this afternoon some of the comments that were received that were in our September 7th staff report. And by my count, there were 4 businesses that expressed concerns all about parking. There were 4 that expressed concerns about parking, and there was 1 business which expressed concern about visibility. So it was not a widespread concern, that particular one. And I understand that the proponent is willing to put signage at the roadside. And if you probably have gone by or familiar with the site, it's fairly difficult to see those businesses as it stands, the ones that are the 30-30. So I certainly wanted, I'd like to see this go to a public hearing so we can hear some of those concerns. But I think perhaps because of multiple emails and other correspondence, it might appear that there was a large community of people who are concerned about being sort of hidden from the street. There were four concerns, and they were about parking. There was one about sort of visibility from the street, and so I understand that the proponent is trying to alleviate that by offering free signage at the like right on Kilpatrick. So it's with that sense of balance that I'm seeing when I look at all the materials, that's why I'm feeling comfortable supporting this to go forward to a public hearing. And if that helps to allay any of your concerns.
Thanks, Councillor Cole Hamilton. And Councillor Theos, you got a follow-up?
Oh, yes, please. Thank you. Yeah, certainly. That's the big concern, because being in business, as we can all appreciate, I'm sure even the proponent, because I'm sure he doesn't want businesses, especially in neighboring his projects, to have issues. It comes back to the point of like the YHA Center. They found some creative ways of alleviating some of the parking issues. Now, I'm wondering if there's some way or method that where tenant tenants that are living in the, or guests of the tenants living in the proposal could not take up some of the parking from the businesses that are there, which would create that limited parking that these businesses need to survive. So, you know, maybe if we can come up with a way of having people, guests of those businesses, being able to be there without, you know, having infringement on from the proposal that's currently there and that's going to be added there, take up some of those very valuable parking spots. Other than that, the proposal, you know, is quite an attractive proposal.
All right, thanks very much. I don't see any further questions or comments. So getting back to scripted hand here, if there's none, I'll call the question on receipt. All those in favor? Oh, Councillor.
Nope. Sorry, I was raising my hand for your question.
Oh, perfect. I wasn't sure because I saw your light going and I was like, oh, okay. So all those in favor of receipt, and I see all the hands going up. And then on page 117, Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, I'll move that based on the September 27th, 2021 staff report, updated proposal zoning amendment bylaw number 3030 for 3040 Kilpatrick Avenue, and the September 7th, 2021 staff report zoning amendment bylaw number 3030 for 3040 Kilpatrick Avenue. Council approve option 1 and proceed to first and second readings of the zoning amendment bylaw number 3030 2021. And that council directs staff to schedule and advertise a statutory public hearing with respect to the above referenced bylaw.
Second. Excellent. That's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? Councillor Hillian.
Thank you, Mayor. So I must say that I am appreciative of the applicant's flexibility in meeting concerns of council. I do remain with some concerns about the project based on all the feedback that was received prior to it coming to council. But we did hear from the proponent at our last meeting that some of those issues he believed had been resolved. To me, the public hearing is an opportunity for us to hear directly from people. And I certainly hope that people who raised concerns, if those concerns have been addressed, will let us know that. If they haven't, that they'll come forward. And on that basis, I'm prepared to support the motion at this time. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, Councillor Hillian. I don't see any other further questions or comments. So with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. And now we have another motion, Councillor Frisch.
I'll move that we vary the agenda to consider the bylaw readings for this proposal.
Second.
Excellent. It's been moved and seconded. And it's just to vary the agenda. All those in favor? Any opposed? That passes. And Councillor McCollum.
I'll move that zoning amendment bylaw number 3030 2021 at 3040 Kilpatrick Avenue, a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw number 2500 2007 to rezone property from comprehensive development 26 zone to comprehensive development 26 zone A, or 26A zone, sorry, to facilitate multi-residential development past first and second reading.
Second.
All right, that's been moved and seconded. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? And that passes unanimously. We made it through with, I think, a better flow the second time. So thanks for that, everybody. And thanks to staff and the proponent again. Really glad to see people working together. Sorry, what was that, Sasha?
I just said thank you very much.
All right, you can have a great night. You can keep watching if you want. You won't be forced to, but we'll move on to item 4.2.3. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks. I'll move that, just confirming I am on 4.2.3, that based on the September 27th, 2021 staff report, zoning amendment bylaw number 3040, which is very confusing, to allow for a carriage house at 1236 Malahat Drive. Council approve option 1 and proceed to first and second readings of the zoning amendment bylaw number 3040 2021. And that council directs staff to schedule and advertise a statutory public hearing with respect to zoning amendment bylaw number 3040.
Second. Excellent. It's been moved and seconded. I'll pass it over to staff if they want to speak to it. Mr. Garbutt.
Through the mayor, Mr. Fitzgerald's here for any questions if you have them.
All right.
Yeah, thank you. Through CAO to Mayor and Council. So this is a proposal to rezone 1236 Malahat Drive to allow a carriage house as a permitted use. The building currently exists and it's used as a workshop. And so the intent there would be to convert it fully to a carriage house, which would involve adding a kitchen, bathroom facilities, as well as sleeping facilities. The proposed building or the existing building as it exists meets all the requirements, the zoning requirements in terms of size, as well as on-site parking that are required for the carriage house use. Public information meeting was held in support of the proposal with 20 comments received, mostly in opposition, citing concerns with traffic and parking. Staff are recommending that council gives this bylaw first and second reading and that we proceed to a public hearing. That'll take any questions.
Councillor Theos.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you. I appreciate it, Matt. Yeah, you touched on the fact that there was quite a few comments and a lot of concerns, some in favor, many concerns also. But in regards to one of the concerns, now this the property seems to be a corner property, a little bit larger than majority of the other properties, if not all the other properties in that area. Is this potential of carriage homes going to be an issue potentially with other homes on that street, or is this one, just because of its larger size, able to accommodate this compared to some of those other properties?
Oh, hang on just one sec, Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Garbutt, you had
Sorry, through Mayor and Council to Councillor Theos, all these parcels were developed in historical subdivision in that area. Ultimately, as it currently stands, they'd be developed on a case-by-case basis. So to say how many could or couldn't be developed, when you look at sort of the air photo there, this is the particular configuration here does give it a significantly larger area than adjacent properties. So we couldn't say for sure if others would go forward, but when you look at the fairly unique configuration of this subdivision, it suggests that there's a possibility and it can be accommodated, hence the staff recommendation.
Okay, thank you. All right, thanks for that, Mr. Garbutt. And Councillor McCollum.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I just had a question around the parking plan. It was a comment that kind of jumped out at me when reading the feedback from the neighborhood, that one of the neighbors pointed out that realistically, there's only one of these 4 parking spots that has access to pulling out onto the road. Which I agree with. If all 4 of these spots were used, essentially the only car that could get out is the last one in the plan. And I mean, there's also room behind that for a 5th car, but to me, usable parking, if there's 2 separate families living on site, would need to have, you'd need to be able to come and go without having to knock on your landlord's door and ask them to move their car. So it just made me wonder, how do we determine what is considered like a usable parking stall when we look at these changes to zoning? It would seem to me that actually if we only considered the front 3 in this plan, that actually is a better parking plan. And I'm just not clear how we would make a determination that way.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So through CAO to Mayor and Council. So under the zoning bylaw, there isn't a requirement that the stalls can't be tandem stalls, that they can't block the access to the driveway. So they'll count as parking stalls, but you're correct that they wouldn't have access down the driveway without one of the other cars moving. Although not proposed by the applicant, there's room there to modify the driveway to allow cars to pass if it was an issue. But I guess rounding out the comments from a zoning perspective, it meets the parking requirement.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Thanks for that answer. I did actually look at the street view photo just on Google Maps, and there are two cars parked side by side without a third one in the driveway. And I mean, either of them would be able to use the driveway if they're not planning for a third or fourth vehicle. And I just wondered if that was because they were already had 3 vehicles, but I do have another question. I can have a subsequent. And maybe this is getting ahead of it, but you know, should we not proceed with this application and looking ahead a year from now when our OCP is complete and we're looking at changing, you know, what's allowed under our R1 zone, would we be seeing applications like this coming to council in the future, or would this be addressed through our possible zoning changes that we're hoping to do next year?
And again, Mr. Garbett,
Through to Councilor McCollum, I really appreciate your question. That's some conversation that's been happening around the recognizing that within specific zones right now this is possible, and should we do that? I think it's important to have those discussions to ensure that we're not leading to additional impervious surfaces and all the other unintended consequences we have. I would note similar conversations that happen. People who consume housing and secondary suites don't always have additional cars. These types of items have been really unpacked, you know, throughout North America and across Canada, as well as other communities, similar communities of interest. But when we adopt the zone, it should we get direction to, and the zoning is amended to change this, to allow them as a right. No, they would not be coming to council, but you would definitely have input in the design of the zone requirements and to address parking issues, etc. I think, you know, again, similar to other things, we do have street parking available, etc. But in this format where people are requesting a change to zoning involving public input and public hearings, these are questions that regularly come up.
Yeah,
there's also no limit to the number of cars people currently have themselves as well. So this is some of the standards that as we move forward in some more of these types of questions in their area when we look for densification, you know, these are some of the things we'll have to cross. But you know, it's great to hear that there's support and interest in other communities, including non-Vancouver Island. You know, they've allowed these as a right, and there's upwards of 90% of new dwellings have secondary suites in them. They're a great source of affordable housing, as well as increasing options for people. So looking forward to those future discussions.
Great, that's helpful information. Thanks.
thanks, Councillor McCollum, and Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks to staff for the report. I've got no problem with seeing this go forward to a public hearing, but I did want to ask one question, and I'll reference page 142 of the agenda, which is page 12 of 37 of this particular application. And it's in reference to potential resale of the property. The applicant says some opponents claim that the house is currently for sale, possibly resulting in 2 rentals backing onto the respondent's property, or that my only interest in seeking rezoning is to sell the property faster and for more money. Both of these statements are false, and regardless of their validity, should have no bearing on my application. Now, that's the end of the quote. I should have specified that. Now, a number of people have, in their objections to this, have indicated their belief that the property was up for sale, and that the applicant's interest in this application is to make it more attractive for sale. I just want to clarify if, in fact, we have anything in place that would prevent, once this change takes place, the applicant selling this property, somebody buying it and creating 2 multiple rentals of an Airbnb nature or something else. I don't believe we have anything in place that would prevent that, do we?
Through Mayor to Councillor Hillian. First of all, I don't think we have any ability to stop the sale and the future rental. With respect to short-term vacation rental, however, I'm not sure that complies with our zoning bylaw. So we have an outstanding staff referral to come back on short-term vacation rental. But correct, we don't control the sale or the future rent of properties.
What, does Mr. Fitzgerald have any comment on that from his perspective?
Thanks for the question. I just reiterate Mr. Garbutt's comments that we don't resale of the property.
Okay, well, thanks. The reason I bring it up is because virtually every time we've had a proposal for a secondary suite and the applicant cites the 18 that have been approved in his general vicinity over the past 12 years, virtually every time those have come up, concern has been raised about rentals and that type of issue. And we've had many discussions at this table of the potential of adopting what I believe Comox does, which is require owner occupied if you want to have a secondary suite, with the belief being that the owner actually lives in the building, then there's actual there's more of an investment in where you have good tenants and after the property, and the qualities that brought people to the neighborhood are maintained. So it strikes me that that's what the people who are raising concerns about this potential change are that's the issue really that they're speaking to. So I would perhaps disagree with the proponent that these statements have no validity on or no bearing on his application. But it would be interesting hearing further from him if what his intention is with regards to the property. There seems to be a significant lack of trust among neighbors in relation to this. And, you know, among our many considerations, housing is certainly one, but we also want people in neighborhoods to be able to live in harmony in our community. So I'll look forward to those aspects coming up perhaps at the public hearing. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian. I don't see any further questions or comments. Councillor Theos, you got in right into the wire.
Thank you so much. Well, it was Councillor Hillian. Thank you very much, by the way, for allowing me to speak. Councillor Hillian's comments did remind me of a time where there was a mobile park at the edge of Courtney, where that seniors village is now on the waterfront. And one of the motivational factors of the council of the day had in rezoning that particular property, and actually all the mobile tenants actually had to move out as a result, was that there was going to be promised a large affordable housing project that was going to be built. So that and so once that approval was given, that did not materialize. And you know, then the person tried to immediately flip that property and make a large profit. So that is a very good point that Councillor Hillian was making, and that some of the residents in the area were concerned about, is that if and we don't put a covenant, or is there possibly a covenant that we could put that if upon approval it stays with the ownership, if it doesn't get built the carriage home, then the approval is taken away. Otherwise, then in the future, anybody that wants to sell a home could use that strategy and say, well, let me get approval, and then once I've got approval, I could sell it with this added approval, even though I didn't build anything, and make some extra money. So that is a question that I would hope to get an answer for. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I guess just to add clarity to that, one tool we could use is a housing agreement that specified the principal residence or the house has to be owner occupied. And that's very similar to the Comox model, where it's required that the principal residence is owner occupied, and then the secondary residence, or in this case, the carriage house, would be a rental unit. So there is a tool, and council has that ability to require that as a condition of rezoning.
Okay. Thank you, Matt.
Does Mr. Buck want to weigh in?
I see. Yeah, Mr. Buck, did you want to add?
Thanks very much through the mayor to council. I've mentioned this in council meetings before, and I think you just want to keep in mind when dealing with these types of questions that we're looking at a land use issue, and you should, in my view anyways, be making the decision whether the land use in particular of a suite or a carriage house makes sense in that particular location, not who's intending to occupy that, because you know, things can change in people's lives very quickly, whether it's the intent at the outset to rezone to upvalue the property, or in 6 months' time, you lose your job and have to move. Could be selling that house. So we're really dealing with a land use issue, not a what I'd term a people issue of who's occupying a dwelling.
Thanks. I appreciate that, Mr. Buck, for that clarity. That seems to have answered all the questions, I think, for now. So we do have a motion on the floor, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that passes. Excellent. I was hoping to get at least a 4.3.1, finish that, and then maybe we'll take a break, just because I know we are at 7 o'clock right now. So with that, I'll pass it over to Councillor Gillen.
I believe we're on 4.2.4.
Yep.
Mayor. I'll move that based on the September 27th staff report enforcement agreement for Endure Projects Incorporated, BC 122 7832 397 5th Street, Council approve option 1 and authorize 1 subsurface encroachment agreement and a 2nd aerial encroachment agreement with associated section 219 Land Title Act restrictive covenant registered against 397 5th Street, Lot A, Section 61, Comox District Plan, EPP 102945, and that staff provide with the proceed with the statutory notice requirements in accordance with Section 24, 2673, and 94 of the Community Charter, and that the mayor and an officer of the city be authorized to execute all documentation relating to the agreements.
Second.
All right, that's been moved and seconded, and I'll pass it over to staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mayor and Council. This is a very exciting project, very long time in the making. And it's very important redevelopment downtown. In front of you, there is a comprehensive staff report that outlines some of the technicalities. And this will, as we move forward with redevelopment downtown and the densification, this will become quite common. Mr. Sweeney is here. He's the author of this report, and he's available for some questions. And if you want to do a short introduction.
Good. Thank you through CAO to Mayor and Council. The report for you is for 2 encroachments agreements, as you're aware, for the property at 397 5th Street. It's the former Palace Theatre site on the corner of 5th and England. And the proposal that you may recall from previous development permits was for a multi-use building that incorporates a below-grade parkade as well as commercial on the street level story and an additional multi-residential on the upper 3 floors. The first agreement is for the aerial encroachment, and it encompasses the canopies that will be projecting out over the road right of way and or sidewalk preferably, or actually, and they're based off the commercial properties and their storefronts. And there's a second additional encroachment that is a projection of the 2nd floor that provides acts as a canopy, providing access for the residential lobby on the main floor coming off England as well. And the second agreement is the subsurface encroachment agreement that provides the ability for the developer to do their excavations by having a cast on site concrete shoring system right at property line and associated underpinning anchors that will go under the road right of way. Once the parkade level is built, they'll be able to abandon any of the encroachments under the road right of way that are at a depth less than 3 meters, and any that are at a depth greater than 3 meters will be rendered safe and abandoned on site. And these 2 agreements, the encroachment agreements, will be conditions of the building permit as well. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Excellent. Thanks very much for the report and that providing that clarity on the agreements. And I see that Councillor Hilling's got a question. So over to you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks very much to staff for the reports. Yes, very excited to see this come forward. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this, because the zoning is already in place, this wouldn't be coming back to council unless perhaps there's some variances that are being looked at. Basically, they can go ahead and build based on dealing with staff in relation to building permits and such. Is that correct?
That is correct, Councillor. This is just merely a method to ensure that things are done properly and that the city's liabilities are covered due to them encroaching over city lands. And there's no further approvals required after this.
Right, but given that it is in a busy section of our downtown and there's potential impact on other businesses, what sort of steps are taken to notify those other businesses? First of all, of the project distance, and secondly, if any inconvenience or challenge that may be created to their business based on the project moving ahead.
As this is technically, my understanding, a disposition of city property, there is a statutory requirement for us to advertise in the local paper on 2 consecutive weeks, I believe it is. And that notification will be available to any businesses in the area through the newspaper.
Sorry, it's not city property, is it? No.
It's the encroachment portion is where they'll be encroaching out over city property.
Oh, I see. The encroachments are on city property and therefore there's the obligation to notify.
Correct.
Thank you.
I might add through the mayor to Councillor Hillian, these are important to get in place. There are many aerial encroachments downtown that do not have these in place, and it's really important because ultimately the long-term risk and liability, as well as proper documentation on the city's part. So I'm happy that we're going forward through this, and there's no doubt there will be some inconvenience for sure as this strategic properties redevelopment downtown. But we have, the BRA is aware of things going on. They're quite excited about that future, but I really appreciate that question. And these are important steps that we must and should take. And so not all are out there. Current applications will have them, and future applications will have them for sure. So thanks for the question.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wonder if I could make one other point. Council will know that we've had representations from people in the community with concern about derelict buildings and building sites. And this is one that has certainly sat for a long time. Creative Solution actually came up about 6 or 7 years ago, the paint murals to do with Centennial on the boards around the site. Those are since gone, but I think that our community will be very, very pleased to see this site developed and hopefully become another vital chunk of our great downtown. So thank you.
Thanks so much, Councillor Hillian, and I couldn't agree more with that. Absolutely. I don't see any other further questions or comments. So with that, I will call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. And Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, just moving on, if that's okay. I'll move that based on the September 27th, 2021 staff report, municipal and regional district tax service contract with Tourism Vancouver Island and CVRD MOU, that council endorse the agreement with Tourism Vancouver Island and memorandum of understanding, including the Comox Valley Regional District, and that the mayor and deputy corporate officer be authorized to sign all required documentation.
Second. Excellent. And with that, I will pass it over to staff. Mr. Garbutt.
Thank you. Ms. Nelson's on the Zoom call to provide a quick introduction, as well as Tourism Vancouver Island is here in support of the application, and we're really grateful that they've agreed to carry on post this event. So thank you.
Okay, so thank you through the CAO to Mayor and Council. As a result of the contract termination and the windup of the Comox Valley Economic Society, the previous municipal and regional tax, or known as the MRDT regulation that was in place for the city of Courtenay, was repealed as of August 31st, 2021. Therefore, a new application had to be submitted in order to reestablish the 2% additional tax on accommodation sales within the city of Courtenay. And the city of Courtenay is now the designated recipient. So the application was approved and takes effective now September 1st. The next step in this process is now to establish a contract with Tourism Vancouver Island and a memorandum of understanding with the Comox Valley Regional District to ensure a smooth transition of delivering destination marketing for the Comox Valley and clearly outline the roles and responsibilities for the reporting requirements going forward. And so that's what this contract does for us today. We do have Anthony from Tourism Vancouver Island on the call today to answer any questions and support that. And I also just really wanted to express my appreciation to Anthony and his team. They worked very hard to help us turn around the application very quickly and get it into the province for approval, as well as Lisa Kilpatrick at the Comox Valley Regional District was great support to us here in getting this application and contract in place. So with that, I'll open it up to any question council may have.
Thanks very much. And hi, Anthony. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. And I'll pass it over to Councillor Hillian.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and I'm very pleased to see this coming forward. Thanks to staff for all their work and to Tourism Vancouver Island for stepping forward in this way. Two questions related to the memorandum of understanding. And the initial one is it will perhaps be a typo at the top of page 222 under governance. In section 3.2, it refers to the City of Courtenay Council. It refers to it also in section 4.2. We might want to spell Courtenay correctly in there, just since it's a legal document. And Courtenay is spelled Courtenay. So
For anybody that's wondering.
And I might add that it's a mistake fairly commonly made. For many years, there was a highway sign down at a rest stop close to Buckley Bay that referred to the Courtenay Highways District, spelling the name wrong as well. But the other question I had was in relation to reporting. I believe there's a clause somewhere in here that speaks to reporting, and I'm just wondering what sort of reporting we might expect to hear back from Tourism Vancouver Island in relation to this agreement.
So thank you for pointing out the error, Councillor Hillian, and we'll make sure that gets corrected. Maybe just when you look on page 220 of the agenda, Schedule A, it really outlines all the reporting that you will see from Tourism Vancouver Island and each step of in compiling the tactical plan and bringing back any financial reporting in terms of how the funds were spent is outlined. And maybe Anthony, are you able to speak a little bit more about that as well?
Certainly. I mean, there's what is before you in the Schedule A, but our mantra here is to come before you as much as you want us. So, and I don't like it. This is all about transparency and keeping lines of communication going. That was what is attempted in the MOU and through the agreement. With our experience in other parts of the island, we really want to be engaged with you. I don't think you want us more than quarterly, but it could be bi-yearly. It was really up to you. We want to establish a solid foundation of communication, trust, and all those good things. I've enjoyed my time before you. I'm feeling quite comfortable here because I'm getting to know all of you. So it really is up to you, but we wanted to, it's a unique arrangement in that we want to make sure that we're talking well with the regional district and along with you, and then the other communities in the Comox Valley. So that's a long-winded way to say that we're kind of standing as you would like us to come and see you.
Great, thanks very much. And I do have to say how impressed I've been with your presentations in the past, and really look forward to this working arrangement. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hillian. And maybe I'll just add to that, maintaining this continuity and the work that was done between TVI, city staff, Ms. Nelson, Mr. Garbett, and others to really keep that continuity of MRDT, those hotel tax funds, and actually providing some of that comfort to hoteliers to know that there's going to be that sort of consistency moving forward. So it is much appreciated. That being said, I just wondered, there used to be the DMAC, the Destination Marketing Advisory Committee, et cetera, and just wondered when or if those committees are going to be reconvening or be sort of reimagined, and what kind of timelines.
Your Worship,
yeah.
Thank you for the question. That's the next step in this process. We've met as staff. We're being assisted by Ms. Kilpatrick through the CVRD, met with TVI staff, We're working on a draft terms of reference for the Tourism Advisory Committee. They're going to be doing some engagement with the hotel and tourism sector, and then we'll be coming back with that, so council is aware. I think it's absolutely critical that, and one of the concerns and one of the challenges to the previous tourism marketing efforts wasn't guidance by elected officials in what is marketed, but simply what's being done, what's being supported, and what's happening. And so that is, as Anthony had spoken to, is going to be critical to this process. There's kind of two consumers, both council as well as the hoteliers that are the pushing and driving force behind this. And council may recall that they actually petitioned us to come forward. These are very unusual activities, and I think it gave great support and confidence in the province to significantly expedite this. And so another component is the development of the tactical plan as it relates to affordable housing supports through the online revenue. And so we're going to get some additional advice in support of tourism like ground as well on that. So stay tuned. That's our next steps.
Awesome. Excellent. I don't see any further questions or comments. So with that, I will call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that passes unanimously. So congratulations. Now we move on to the next step. So more work for you, Anthony. Thanks so much again. And just to echo, it's been a pleasure working with you. So really appreciate it. And again, thanks, Ms. Nelson, for all the work you've done trying to make sure we're shepherding things along. So with that, we are 7:15, which is quite a long time. So I'm going to recommend that we take a break. And with that, we'll pause.
How long, Mr. Mayor?
I would say 15 minutes so we can get some food and have a comfort break, etc. So yeah, so take a break till 7:30-ish.
Awesome.
Mr. Mayor, I'm just going to pause possibly here.
Hey, council meeting out there, I think your mic is on because I just hear some feedback every now and again.
Oh, sorry about that. I was just,
You weren't saying anything embarrassing yet.
no, I never do anything embarrassing. I was just looking at all the food across there. It's probably smacking my lips a little bit. It's okay. I got this chicken soup here in a cup.
Hey, Neil, we're all done here.
All right. Let me know when you'd like me to resume recording.
Okay, everybody ready? We are done with MRDT. So now it's speed limit reduction, I believe.
Thank you.
I guess we're going. All right. All right. Thanks for joining us back after our dinner break. And the next thing on our item is the speed limit reduction pilot project.
Second.
That's been moved and seconded, and I'll pass it over to staff.
Through Mayor and Council, we have Mr. Shaw on the line. He can give us a quick overview of this council initiative.
Yes, hello. Thank you for that. Through the CAO to Mayor and Council, I'm pleased to present staff report speed limit reduction pilot project. The purpose of this report is to provide Council with information, options, and recommendations for the introduction of a speed limit reduction pilot project in the Crown Isle neighborhood. It may be broadly known that municipalities in the British Columbia have the authority to regulate speed limits on the roadways, but do not have the authority to change the default speed limit. And currently, the default speed limit for streets within the city of Courtenay is set by the province unless otherwise posted. That said, reducing speed limits can be achieved on city streets under the current authorization, whereby the city designates and installs signage on each block of each street. Since this pilot project could serve as information for the city's approach toward speed limit reductions in residential areas more broadly, a safety effectiveness evaluation should be considered as part of the overall scope, as the collection of the project-based data can demonstrate the speed limit change in turn reduces speeding and incidents and would be essential to making a case for future safety projects. Alternatively, and in consideration of the city's cycling network plan, short-term, medium goals, and that both Crown Isle Drive and Royal Vista Way are depicted in said plan as bikeways, and that the goal of the CMP is to not only include opportunities for multimodal use, but also to introduce speed reduction strategies as part of that overall implementation plan of the network. With this in mind, staff would be remiss to not offer several collaborative and compounding opportunities for Council's consideration, and in short, offer the opportunity to implement the CMP recommendations on Crown Isle Drive and Royal Vista Way in parallel to a speed reduction pilot project. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions Council may have.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Mr. Shaw. I really appreciate it. I know this is something that came forward not that long ago, so I really appreciate you coming back so quickly. And we do have Councilor Theos.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you very much, Mr. Shaw, for bringing forward that report. My question are in regards to a few comments. First of all, I'm wondering about the need for 20 or so signs when currently there's a handful, possibly about 4 of the speed signs. My question in that regard is there could be some cost savings if we could just replace those signs that are currently there and maybe have I think there's 2 at the entrance ways, 2 within the Crown Isle area, and maybe possibly 1 at the entrance of a Norfolk, which would cover that sort of entrance that is not as commonly used, but still an entrance. But just in regards to reducing the amount of signs if possible. The other question I have is in regards to just the idea about the 3-year period of the study impact for $80,000. I'm just curious as in terms of what those costs would entail, and and moving forward, I think this is the kind of project where we can start with the one element of it, which is the speed reduction, and then see that through, and then after that maybe take a look to see how successful that was and move beyond that. But I wouldn't want to see it too much too soon and increase these costs exponentially at the moment. So thanks for fielding those questions.
Yeah, thank you for that. Through the CAO to Mayor and Council, to first and foremost, the gateway signage question. So in order to change the speed limit below the default that the province provides and be compliant with the Motor Vehicle Act, we'd actually have to erect signage at every interface or every intersect on a road that we're reducing the speed. And so that's why you'll see the large number of signs that'll be required as part of this process to be compliant and actually have a legal speed reduction. And then the second part, to answer your question about the cost associated with this, with an analysis, that analysis or the depiction thereof within the report was in mirror of that as the larger municipalities in the lower mainland, or sorry, in the South Island are doing in parallel to be compliant with the trial that the province is offering. So it was in the mirror of that to provide pre-study or pre-sign reduction data to understand what current conditions are, as well as follow through studies to understand what the net impacts and improvements are as a result of this reduction. And then the outcome of that in terms of report to bring it all back together to have an understanding and then set forth criteria potentially or recommendations for implementation in the future.
Right, and Mr. Garvey.
Through the mayor, thank you very much, Councillor Theos. You brought forward something in a pilot. And staff are doing it's really excited about to look at this because as council discussed with the 17th Street public safety and pedestrian improvements, we're really looking at road safety here. And so the challenge is there are some costs and reporting requirements that kind of get in the door there, but we really, council is giving us really strategic direction here. We think it's important, and if we felt that there were costs that were sort of really quite challenging, that we would raise that, and we really feel like this is the thing that we can get started, participate in these weather initiatives. We do need to comply with applicable legislative oversight, but ultimately the outcome in the end, if we participate in these types of pilot initiatives and then we get that additional data, that's how the dial moves on these things. And other communities, Qualicum Beach, et cetera, that have done this, that's why as well. There are some other items that we can be looking at, road safety as well. And through our discussions, we're going to continue to bring these things back. We're listening to council that, active transportation, public safety, efficient movement, those are the kind of things we have strategic direction on now. And so we'll continue this. So we're really thankful for that direction from council.
Thank you, CAO. Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Thanks, Cal.
Excellent. All right. We also have Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thanks staff for the report. I definitely appreciate hearing where you guys are at on this, because when I read the report at first, I thought, wow, it does sound like a lot of money for a pilot project, and in some senses, we're reinventing the wheel, because in my humble opinion, because this obviously has been looked at in other countries around the world, and from what I understand is it's extremely difficult, as you mentioned in the report, to slow people down without proper design work on the road. So you take a wide road, you lower the speed limit, and it probably makes almost no difference at all, because we all know how we drive. It's based on our perception of speed and all the rest. So I was a little concerned about that, but I also get our CAO's comments about how do we move the dial and how do we get that information, and maybe learning it for ourselves needs to happen. So having said that, I don't really have a question, just I'm happy to support the staff recommendation if they feel like that's as far as we can go at this point. Thanks.
Councillor Frisch. Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, I think my comments are similar to Councillor Frisch's. I do support the idea of doing a speed limit reduction and studying that, but I do have concerns that it won't yield the result that the neighborhood is hoping it would. Our original request to have us look at this. I live near a busy park that has a 30-kilometer speed limit, and I can say that the only time that speed limit is obeyed is after the police have been there enforcing it during the summer. All winter long, people drive through there well over even 50, even though the speed limit's 30. And in this case, we do have a note that this is not a speed, an area of lower speed that will likely even receive enforcement. It's not a playground, it's not a school zone. So if you have some reservations about putting the money into doing this, especially the study, just because I feel like I kind of have a sense of where it will go. And I think we would see some better successes with like traffic calming measures that are infrastructure on the road. So I'm supportive of starting this process, and maybe what we're seeing in this report is really how an implementation plan could proceed over time. And yeah, maybe putting up signage is the starting point, but I'm not hopeful that it'll really create the result that we're looking for.
Thanks, Councilor McCollum. Mr. Harwood.
Yeah, through the mayor to Councilor McCollum, thanks for those questions. During our lunch and learn about the 17th Street pedestrian, cycling, and public safety improvements, we have, and the report speaks a little bit to it, we will be reviewing the cycling network plan and the improvements that relate to that and their location within the municipality. I think we'll start to move that in combination of both, speed regulation as well as the design features that Councillor Fish first talked about. We'll do quite a bit in that regard, and then we'll work with council in prioritizing where and when those happen. One thing I think that is coming as well is that our future neighborhoods, where they are or infill, will be the beneficiary of an updated subdivision servicing bylaw post OCP. We do have a very large development that's been underway since the mid 1980s that we do have to sort of retrofit and deal with. And for the design of the day as some of our largest and widest street fronts with its sweeping and majestic drive that loves to push cars along like the Autobahn. So it is really important that we start to make some movement in that regard, and there are some opportunities there. And we learn from these different types of urban environments is what we can promote in other areas. But it is an investment, but we do think that given the location and some of the issues that have been raised, I think we're going to learn some specific things. The combination of both reducing the speed and then future deliberations on the cycling network plan. We do have regular contact with the developer of that big picture area, and you will be receiving an update and some other developments in that area. And I would hope that they would embrace some of the modern sort of road network standards that can go and try and do these ahead of time.
Thanks for that. Councillor Hillian.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks very much to staff for the report. And thanks also for the correspondence that we've had in relation to the issue of sidewalks in that area. I have had the opportunity to speak to some people in the neighborhood and to help interpret the report. I did want to just clarify a few things for the record. First of all, the difference between options 1 and 2, essentially in number 2, we're just putting up the signs, changing the speed limit, leaving it at that, but there's no pilot study, there's no evaluation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And what's the rationale for a 3-year period? I didn't see that anywhere in the report. Why not 1 year? Why not 2 years? Where does 3 years come into this?
Yes, thank you for that. Through the mayor to, through the CAO to mayor and council. That was in a direct response to the resolution that was brought forward by Councillor Theos.
All right. Well, so we don't understand what the rationale was in the original resolution, or
Councillor Theos would have that rationale.
Well, maybe he can explain that later on. Part of the reason I'm asking is because, as you probably know, we have a lot of neighborhoods in the community that would like to lower the speed limit. And 3 years seems like a long time to gather data and come up with a plan, particularly given some of the comments that some people think it isn't going to make a lot of difference. So, I'm just wondering, if we agree to this, will there be any interim reports where theoretically we could come up with some conclusions that the 1 year, 18 months, 2-year marks.
Or actually pass a motion that says 1 year rather than 3. But
Yeah,
I see that Mr. Garbutt's got his light on, so he may want to interject.
Through the mayor, Councillor Hillian, we took direction. If council, to go to the mayor's point, if council wants to amend the pilot, free to do that. It wouldn't preclude us from moving in other areas. There may be changes to provincial legislation in this time period. There are a number of communities looking at this as well. So that would also not preclude us from acting, but we would take your direction on the pilot, whether it's 1, 2, 3 or not.
Okay, well, thanks for that. I just wanted to clarify whether or not, in order to validate the research, you required a period of that length. That was what I was unclear about. I see Mr. Shaw has his hand up.
Oh, Mr. Shaw.
Yeah, if I may, thank you through the CAO to Mayor and Council, and directly to your question there, and in response to Mr. Garbutt's comments about opportunities in the future, it was discussion to UMBC in 2019 to allow municipalities to embark on this journey. And I think an important part of that and recognition of those opportunities were for the municipalities that were going to participate, that they set forth a criteria in which they would consider applications of reduction within our community. And I think if any direction were to be given in that sense, that would be a very important thing to understand as to where we want to see something that's like this more broadly utilized within our community base.
Okay, thanks. And a couple more questions. Just to clarify, option number 3, that means that the cycling network plan would be implemented. We get sort of painted bike paths on Carnell Drive and Will Vista Way and the signs, but there'd be no evaluation. So basically, we'd be substituting a recognized traffic calming measure for any evaluation of the speed limit change, which in effect is saying that that traffic calming measure is likely the more effective of the 2 actions being taken. Is that a safe thing to say?
Thank you for the question. Not entirely to answer your question. The cycling network plan, or the CNP, speaks to the implementation of a bikeway. Now, a bikeway does not have as many robust traffic calming measures, but there are inclusive measures within those recommendations. You'll see that option 4 more broadly reflects the vertical and horizontal deflections, which would cause opportunities for slower motor vehicle movement in the area. But so it's kind of a blend for that matter. It's not a study, but you get to add the signage and the reduction of speed as well as the infrastructure that goes along with the bikeway designation.
Okay, thanks. And then my final clarification, the option number 4, which involves a fair amount of cost. And, I can see if we went that route, the response we get from other areas of the city who might look upon Carnell somewhat covetously already. But I'm just wondering if there isn't a hybrid version where you do a painted crosswalk and you put up one of those flashing lights that we've installed all over the place that can be pedestrian activated. Surely that's a more economical measure than a raised crosswalk that is mentioned or that's envisioned as part of this option.
Yeah, it's very true. I would say that they serve 2 different purposes. One, in terms of a raised crosswalk, would offer the traffic calming significances, whereas a rapid flasher or crosswalk lighting would aid in the safety or the safe crossing of pedestrian usage. So not necessarily traffic calming per se.
All right, so so going ahead with one of these options doesn't necessarily preclude some type of a pedestrian crossing alternative that is designed to provide that safe crossing that some people are looking for?
That'd be correct.
And would it take a council resolution to move on something like that, or is that something that might be considered as part of the work plan anyway, based on what you're hearing from the neighborhoods and your study of the issue.
Thank you.
I would defer to Mr. Garbett for that.
Councilor Julian, direction for consideration during budget is always appreciated.
All right, well, I have a number of mixed views on this. I think it makes sense for us to go ahead with something. I don't know why it needs to be 3 years in length. And I think if there's a request for crosswalks in the neighborhood, we should and look at the most economical and effective way of addressing them without spending $500,000. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Helene, and I'll maybe jump in just because when this first came up and I was talking to Councillor McCollum and Councillor Theos about bringing this potential idea forward, I was also a little bit more focused, one on the difference between like why are we reducing the speeds if we're going from 50 down from there, and there was a UBCM resolution, as Mr. Shaw alluded to, and that was in response to the BC Road Safety Strategy and an actual report from our provincial health officer that both said that 30 kilometers is actually the recommended, because that's where you get a 90% reduction in fatalities. So that 40 kilometers really wasn't, you're not getting that much out of it. And then based on this conversation right now, that are people even going to reduce to that is another thing that's a bit problematic. That's a couple of the challenges that I have with it is 40 kilometers going to have, like, what's the outcome that we're looking for? And if it's those reduced fatalities and those reduced high impact accidents, it's really not going to give the same results as going down to 30 kilometers. And if we're going to go through the expense and the time, does it make sense to do something, sort of as a half measure like that? But that, I know I brought that up before, but I just thought I'd bring that up again, since we're at the point now of actually providing that direction to staff. And if, from my perspective, if we're looking to reduce the fatalities and those injuries, that's where, for me, I would highly recommend maybe even looking at going to 30 kilometers rather than the 40, as recommended by a provincial health officer. I do see there's some more questions. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Well, I don't know if we're actually trying to reduce fatalities or injuries, because I don't know if there are any, have ever been any up there. I think it's more a perception of safety that we're trying to deal with here. And unless if someone can correct me, I've never heard of anything happening up there. But and I also agree with this idea of having, 20 speed signs all of a sudden posted in the area. It does seem excessive. It doesn't make the community feel great. But and so I guess I did struggle with the idea of just putting up the speed signs and doing the study for 3 years. If we could, can we do the study in a shorter period? It's a little rambling with like a fairly short question period there.
Actually, yes, we can. We would assume data, and for that, I guess I would say, I believe this was a unanimous direction of council, so this is a bit challenging that we're revisiting this. Now, you have a couple of options. You can refer it back. Going to 30 within that area is also very important to have appropriate signage, and we won't have the same enforcement. All those things exist.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, I think at a staff level, we responded. We are in discussions on that, sort of those prioritization and implementation of those community safety issues, as well as cycling network improvements. And we can always revisit this. So we take your direction. We come back with information based on that direction. And again, if you would like us to take another route, then we can.
Yep.
So can I just follow up then?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, go right ahead. No, go right ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, just quickly then I would say that, I apologize for being indecisive as a council, perhaps personally as well. And so with that in mind, after we receive this, I'm actually happy to send it back to staff if they want to kick it around some more. Maybe they don't want to kick it around some more, but if they think they could come back with some other options that might be as affordable as the one they're suggesting, but maybe more in line with what we're hoping for, that'd be great. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Frisch. And yeah, and I think one of those things of whatever that number is, if the expectation of the community is that it's going to go to 40 or 30, but people don't actually reduce their speed, as you mentioned, that might actually exacerbate the frustration for some people. But Councillor Theos, I see that your light's still on, so I'm not sure if that was from before or
No,
if
I turned it back on again, so thank you. As in terms of the 3-year period, that was basically another community's opportunity to reflect on how successful or the outcomes of their pilot project. So that doesn't mean that we have to do the 3 years. That was just the other community's ability to find the results of how it affected their community. So that can be done in a lesser time, especially in areas such as this, where I do think that one of the keys is that this area is not unlike most areas, as was mentioned, that there are many areas of the community, either people that when I talk to them in person over the years, knocking on the doors, the speed is the number one issue. And most of the time, the speeders are the people living in that neighborhood. And so it's just frustrating when I'm talking to people and they're telling me about speeding being a problem. And then I see a car driving by going excessive speed, and it was the person I just talked to a few minutes beforehand. So I think it's about education and about people taking on that responsibility of saying, I have a role in creating more safety in my neighborhood. And I think that's why the 40 would work. One of the issues, I thought about the 30, and I thought to myself, to me, 30 is school zone, hospital zone, and I wouldn't want to, have the whole area as a 30, because I think those areas are extra special and extra concern, in my opinion. So I thought 40 was a really solid compromise, and if we could reduce the time limit and save some costs, I have no issue with that. But I do feel that if we can start with the concept of maybe option 1, which is what I would propose, then we can if we want to reduce the time to 2 years or even 1 year, I would be open to amending that, and we can actually have an evaluation of if this is changing habits and do we need to do something further. But before we actually settle in our minds that it won't work, we need to give it a try, is what I'm hoping for. And that's why I'll be proposing option 1. And if you feel that we should do it in 1 year and save those costs and maybe get the same answers, I'm totally open to that too. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Theos. Appreciate that. Councillor Hillian.
Thanks, Mayor. I noticed Mr. Shaw had a hand up a while ago. I'm not sure if it's down there. Maybe he changed his mind, but perhaps I do have a question for him. And I will say that I agree with Councillor Theos. I think that the original motion is what was looked into. I think I'd be prepared to pass it, but reduce the time to 1 year so that we've got a shorter time frame within which to see if it makes any difference or not. It wouldn't stop, in my view, the pursuit of some crosswalk options in the area as well. But I forgot to ask another question earlier on, and that's with relation to the speed limit sign on every block issue. Is the type of signage actually prescribed in the regulations and the Motor Vehicle Act and such, or do we have any wiggle room there? For example, in parts of Britain, you used to see stones on the road with mileage written on them. I'm just wondering if there's any way of alternating signs, so you get a lower one on one block, or you get them, maybe with some creative, I don't know, something other than the visual clutter that we end up with a speed limit sign on every block, or our hands tied on that one.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Our hands are pretty tied in terms of what the sign looks like, the size of the sign, and the distance the sign is from an intersect or an interface for the motorist, as well as the overall height in which it's laid in the field. So in terms of that, there's not really a lot of options, and because we're not currently allowed to deviate from the recommended lower limit, it have to be posted to make it a legal and authoritative sign in terms of the RCMP were to enforce it, and then for it to hold up in the Queen's Court. And I will point out there's a lot of discussion going around, and if I may, just a little bit to answer Councillor Frisch's question about ICBC data or incidents. And I pulled the last 5 years of data with respect to incidents in the area in question, and I believe there was only 28-ish incidents, no fatalities, thank goodness. None speed related as well. Most of them were just minor incidences that were reported. But I will say, just in parallel to the discussion that's going around with regards to 30 or 40, the majority of the municipalities that are partaking in the study process have chosen 40 as their new lower limit to default this study. And in saying that, there are others that are considering 30, but they're considering 30 in high density downtown core areas that would otherwise restrict traffic speeds of even going 40 for that matter, and those areas in continuation that have high collision or high fatality or high pedestrian as well as vehicular impact zones, none of which necessarily fit in this scenario, but not to say they wouldn't fit more broadly across the city. But the 40 seems to be the standard go-to across the board in terms of trying to understand whether or not it's meaningful and impactful within the community. To that end, it is probably something, and put myself out there a little bit, that it's highly likely that as we continue down this journey and more of this information becomes relevant, that many communities will be going on board in terms of the lower limit when and if it is available to us or to the municipalities from the province.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's good information. Thanks, Mr. Shaw. I think there's another reason why I prefer sticking with a variation of option one, and that's because this is in fact in direct response to the people who live in the neighborhood. I mean, ideally, we could bring those people together in a town hall format and have the same discussion that we're having here. And that would have the added benefit of maybe getting some people who more aware of how fast they're driving. I mean, I think we all tend to drive a little faster given on what we think the road will take at the time. And but any way that we can generate awareness is good. But I think if we did this for a year with speed limits, as I said before, it wouldn't restrict us from doing some crosswalk work and where it makes sense up there. But it would also provide for the next council a report that could be of some use to other areas of the city. It strikes me that communities that maybe have looked at doing this for a 3-year period perhaps have done a wider section of their. I know some communities have done like every residential block, every residential neighborhood reduced speed limits, and if it's a wider area, it makes sense that you would perhaps have a longer time. But when we're talking about essentially 2 streets in one part of town, it makes sense to me that we do it for shorter and see if there's any benefits that would apply to the rest of the community. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Hilly. And Mr. Shaw, my apologies if I missed your hand going up there. I'll do better. I'm keeping my eyes on a few different things here, but I'll keep myself more aware of that. Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I think I'm largely in agreement with Councillor Hilly, and I think 1 year would be sufficient. I was just curious to know what the reduction in the study costs would be if we were to be doing it simply for a year.
Yeah, it's a great question. That would be the initial cost estimate was provided based on a fulsome study. If we were to do a shortened study, obviously the cost would be lessened. And I might add, we may want to turn our focus to criteria development for future implementation rather than the outcome of impact in this particular corridor, recognizing that it may not be as impactful as we may all hope. However, it's still an important initiative, and it could further aid in our decision-making for future implementation across the city.
That sounds really, really, really wise. And then given that there's going to be data coming in from other communities in the coming while as well, we can look at all of that after we have a year's worth of data for here. But I guess we need to know if would that be a friendly, actually, no, it's not, Councillor.
We don't have, we're on your
Yeah,
seat, so we're good.
Yeah, no, and I was trying to think, okay, anyway, so I'm getting tired, so I'll just surrender the floor.
Sorry for giving the, that meal.
No,
that
it's
we
good
have,
to know where we are, yeah. There's nothing
caused
there.
us to get a little more sedentary. Councillor McCollum.
Yeah, I think this conversation is wrapping up. I agree with the previous two comments about the usefulness of going ahead with option one, and mainly as a response to what's been identified in the neighborhood. I also really want to underline that I like the idea of considering the raised crossings even outside of the option 4. Because I think that if we put in some infrastructure that does the traffic calming, it in turn becomes a safer place for bikes to travel, even if we're not doing, or even if we're not outlining the full expense of implementing the cycling network plan in that area. And it's also been asked for by the residents. I think it does a lot more to change driver habits, knowing that the street has been identified as needing traffic calming, and then maybe the signs will do, but who knows, maybe they'll have a better impact than what I imagine. And then yeah, in terms of like what we're hoping to see from the study, I mean, really what we want is for people to change their driving habits when they're on residential roads, and it's about changing driver culture. And I think it's gonna be a really hard thing to do on just 2 streets with some signs. So regardless, and I mean, Kyle's already touched on this, but regardless what the results of looking at this are, it doesn't, whether or not we're successful in having speeds reduced in this area with signage, it doesn't, I don't think that precludes the value of changing speeds on local roads. Because it takes a lot for people to change their habits, and it needs to be in more than one area. So with that, I'd like to move option 1.
We have to vote on receipt.
Oh, we haven't.
My apologies
I forgot we're
to.
on receipt.
Point of order.
I'm also getting tired.
Yes, Councillor Cole Hamilton, or
Actually, I'll just ask this really quickly. Just in terms of our future options in the race crosswalks, I recall, and I could be wrong, that that anything which would be traffic calming in terms of like speed bumps or race crosswalks, is there a concern? I believe I heard a concern raised in the past over emergency vehicles using those routes because they're sort of major collectors. Are they collectors? Kyle, I'm assuming, given this report, that there are no, that those options aren't precluded on those 2 streets, having speed bumps or raised crosswalks in terms of emergency vehicles.
Yeah, great. It's a great question. It's a great point. You will notice that these 2 particular roads are currently classified as residential collectors. And they're the 2 outliers that currently exist within the CMP. Hobson Corridor is a bikeway similar to this designation, but is not the residential collector or the arterial road that would convey a large majority of traffic. However, through consultation with the fire department, the raised crosswalks were deemed a more appropriate option than continuation of speed humps every 45 meters or so on, because they offered not only the benefit to the community, but also the crossings, but didn't have the significance of negativity in terms of impact and their ability to get to those areas of need, whereby a continuation of speed humps may offer or may preclude that. So.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Appreciate the clarification.
That's great. And Mr. Shaw, just before we call the question, I do want to just say thanks for the information you've given tonight. I think it's provided a lot of clarity and information during our deliberations, so it is much appreciated. And with that, all those in favor of receipt, any opposed, that passes. And Councillor McCollum.
Oh, no. My cursor.
Show me that I've got it
No,
here.
I'm just off by a page. I'll move that council direct staff to install 40-kilometer signs on Crown Isle Drive and Royal Vista Way for 1 year, including ongoing maintenance and evaluation to determine if the speed limit reduction is effective. Now that I'm reading that out loud, could we change that to install 40-kilometer speed signs on Crown Isle Drive, Royal Vista, and evaluate after 1 year? I don't know that the motion is intended, or that we're intending to take down
Remove the
signs.
signs after 1 year, yeah.
Excellent point. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll start over. I'll move that council direct staff to install 40-kilometer signs on Crown Isle Drive and Royal Vista Way, and have ongoing maintenance and evaluate after 1 year to determine if the speed limit reduction is effective.
Second that.
Excellent. So it's just a little tweak there. So Mr. Shaw, Mr. Garbutt, everybody, I'm getting thumbs up, so that's good. But yeah, it did kind of sound like they'd go up and then like literally on the anniversary, they're out of there. So all right, thanks for catching that. It's been moved and seconded. I don't see any further questions or comments. We have discussed it verbosely. All those in favor?
Oh, the only
Oh.
the only question I have, and it's not a big deal, but it's just as in terms of interpretation, is like the speed reduction is effective. I'm thinking to myself, well, it's interpretation of whether something's effective or not. I'm wondering if we have a,
That's where a report will come back.
Yeah,
Councillor-
through
Mr. Garbutt.
through the mayor to Councilor Fields, very good point. There's regular criteria that we use in terms of reporting back on safety issues, so we've been tracking.
so the matrix would be involved in that. Okay, great.
Yeah,
Okay, so not
and
just
there'll be
like,
some interpretation for council as well, right?
Okay.
And based on those findings, and we likely get, that we have a trusted advisor on our traffic issues that regularly works with council on things, so we'll have some good expert.
oh, great. That's exactly what I was hoping for. Thank you, Sal. Okay, great. Sorry.
Don't apologize. We're meandering through things but I mean, it does kind of speak to the whole thing around speed readers and people saying they slow down for them, or just being so comfortable in your own neighborhood that you feel like you can drive faster. All those are big issues. That being said, all those in favor? Any opposed? It's unanimous again. I'll give that to Mr. Shaw for his great information during this discussion. Thank you. All right, moving along. Internal reports and correspondence.
Oh, you skipped external response.
Ambulance, that's where I'm at.
Oh, external, yeah, the
Yeah.
external ones. I meant external. My apologies.
Okay.
For the ambulance, yeah. So somebody, Councillor Hillian.
Mr. Mayor, I have a resolution I'd like to propose, and I'll read it out and then I'll speak to it. That the city write to the BC Minister of Health to advocate that paramedic services be enhanced to the extent required to assure adequate staffing and employee support, thus ensuring effective service to our community.
Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, I think that we're aware that in all communities in the province, particularly in some of the larger centers, there have been serious issues with waiting times and burnout of people who work as ambulance attendants and related fields. Certainly the poison drug crisis has exacerbated that. We know that stress and burnout are major issues for people in this line of work. And I think that given that we have this correspondence from the people who run the service, the letter we have on for receipt comes from the provincial president of the ambulance paramedics and emergency dispatchers of BC. I think it makes sense that we lend our support to their efforts to hopefully ensure that the province is attending to the concerns noted in this service.
Excellent, thanks. And that's been moved and seconded. Councillor Moore.
Yeah, I thank Councillor Hillian for that. At UBCM, I actually had a pretty good chat with some of the folks at the in the trade booth area, the ambulance folks there, and had a back and forth around, you know, the increased stress and trauma that they've experienced. And I think Councillor Hillian does have it in his motion, but it might be a little bit, it might be good to make it a little bit more specific. I spoke to this fellow about having more specific supports around PTSD, vicarious trauma, particularly in light of the poison drug supply issue. And he said that, you know, they do have some built-in programs for that, but certainly enhancing that would be really helpful. So I don't know if there's a way to incorporate that in terms of getting more supports for people who are really traumatized by the work that they're doing. Thanks.
All right, and I see Councillor Hillian wants to maybe respond to that.
Thanks, Mayor. I think that staff would write a letter and include that sort of information in it, and we don't need to put everything into the motion itself.
Okay, and all right, Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to confirm, the letter asks us to write a letter to both the health minister and the health critic, so we to get support on both sides. And I wasn't listening carefully enough. I'm not sure if both names are mentioned in your resolution, and if not, perhaps we could include the health critic as well.
I actually deliberately left that out. I didn't
Okay.
see the point, but if you feel more comfortable with it being included, I don't mind adding it.
I'm assuming that the people who wrote us this letter are probably better placed than we are to know what might help to move the dial. So I was just following their guidance. That's all.
Well, maybe the staff would copy it to the opposition critics, whoever that may be.
I got a thumbs up from Mr. Garbett, so I think
I can send it to our staff to get the exact wording.
I was going to say, if you've got that emailed, that'd probably be really helpful for staff. Thanks, Councillor Hillian. All right, so thanks very much for bringing that motion forward. We've had some discussion. I don't see any further questions. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that's unanimous. We'll be sending that letter off. So thanks for that. Going into reports from council, there have been some things happening recently, so I'm not sure if there's councillors, if you want to just turn your lights on and if you have something to say. And I'll start with Councillor Cole.
This is going to be less than a minute. I just wanted to say that last Friday, Councillor Martin and I both were at the Youth Climate March. I just want to thank the Comox Youth Climate Council for bringing that together, and they brought together a very respectful and sort of thoughtful gathering. And I also, I'm not sure if he's still on the call, but wanted to thank Mr. Shaw, because as it turned out, there was not access to power at the pavilion at Sims. And I called Mr. Shaw, and he was in a meeting, and your assistant pulled you out of the meeting to call me out. And within 15 minutes was an electrician in a truck getting things working. I know that was immensely appreciated by the young people there. And just thanks for being just as responsive as you were.
Thanks so much, Councillor Cole Hamilton. Councillor Moore.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to bring up the exciting moment that I had as chair of the water committee at the grand opening of the water treatment plant, and it was a great event. And I just wanted to say thanks to everybody who came out and everyone who organized the event. And it's exciting. We have a lot of things to celebrate with that plant in terms of more than just water, I think, in terms of reconciliation and partnerships and enhanced trailheads and all kinds of wonderful things. So thanks for that.
Thanks, Councillor Moore. And then, yeah, the canoe, the card canoe, and the wall that's being done, and there's going to be I think a totem pole outside. So yeah, great partnerships with Comox First Nation. Councillor Hilling, did you make it to a fire hall by any chance?
Yes, I did. Do you want to hear the story?
Not really. I just didn't know. I think I asked you to
No, I
go on
didn't
my
make it
behalf.
to the Cumberland Fire Hall. I made it to the Cody Fire Hall, and I'll tell you about that another time.
Okay, no, fair enough. There's a couple things that I was able to attend. So we did have the a dedication to the latest Habitat homes that people have moved into. And so there was a dedication for a structure, a community structure that our Comox base staff had put together for us, or for them, which was amazing. But it was also dedicated to Peter Sanderson. For those who ever worked in a Habitat project in the Comox Valley, he's that sort of head guy that organizes stuff, and this place was dedicated in his name. So it's now Sanderson Place. Just an amazing place for staff. On Friday, Rabbi Bensi asked if they could utilize the parking lot as there's no Jewish temple in the Comox Valley, and so we did that so that they could perform one of the very important events here, and so it was seemed to be well attended by the Jewish community, and so really appreciate him reaching out. And then really beyond that, I think it's worthwhile mentioning that we had 3 meetings as a council during UBCM with ministers. The first one with Minister Sheila Malcolmson, the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions. And just the fact that we have that ministry, I think, is important, and really the hope in what that will bring to our communities. We also met with Minister David Eby. And I think council had some fairly strong words, which has resulted in some important stuff, which I'm really glad that we were able to have those conversations. And then lastly, with Minister Selena Robinson, the Minister of Finance, and talking about potential sources of revenue, tax sharing, amongst other things. So that wraps it up for me, I think, and I don't see anybody else. So with that, we can go into resolutions of council. Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Okay, I can move this one. Excellent, my job. That a special in-camera meeting closed to the public will be held September 27, 2021 at the conclusion of the regular council meeting pursuant to the following subsection of the community charter. 90 sub 1 sub A, personal information about an identifiable individual who holds or is being considered for a position as an officer, employee, or agent in the municipality or another position appointed by the municipality. 90 sub 1 sub B, personal information about an identifiable individual who is being considered for a municipal award or honor who has been offered a gift to the municipality or on condition of anonymity. And 91C, labor relations or other employee relations.
Excellent. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, any opposed? That passes. And we have new business. If somebody would like to read that off.
I'll do it for you.
Councillor.
Just for you.
Oh,
doesn't matter. Oh, you want me to press the button? Doesn't matter. I'll move that. Whereas development application procedure bylaw number 2790/2014 delegates various authorities to the Director of Development Services. And whereas council desires to allow for the efficient oversight and approval of development applications in the absence of the Director of Development Services due to annual vacations, medical leave, or other vacancy of the position. Now, therefore, council gives development application procedure amendment bylaw number 3052/2021 first, second, and third readings to amend development application procedure bylaw number 2790/2014 to replace all references to the Director of Development Services with Director responsible for overseeing development services, or in their absence, the Chief Administrative Officer.
Second.
Excellent. Thanks very much. This is a housekeeping thing, but I'll maybe pass it over to Mr. Garber.
Yeah, thank you. Just in keeping time, it is a housekeeping amendment, and we're just modernizing the information or development procedure bylaw. It doesn't change any of the processes that we undertake, nor the guidelines applicable to the issuance of any of the deeds.
Excellent. Thanks so much. And really, it's about making sure that there are no hiccups in case there are vacations and the other things that are listed there. So thanks so much for that. I don't see any further questions or comments. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that passes unanimously. And then into bylaws. Yeah. I got Councillor Frisch had a button there.
Yeah,
So
I'll move that on 12-1-4 zoning amendment bylaw number 3040 2021 for 1236 Malahat Drive. Which is a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw number 2500 2007 S 8.1.1.1, adding notwithstanding the provision of this bylaw, a carriage house is the permitted use at 1236 Malahat Drive, pass first. Is it first and second?
Yes.
First and second reading. Second.
all right. And any
Second.
questions? It's been seconded. Thanks very much. I don't see any questions or comments. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that passes unanimously. And Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Excuse me, Mr.
Oh, yeah,
Mayor,
Councillor Healy, yeah.
I'll exempt myself from this discussion as I have a potential perception of conflict of interest.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. Much appreciated.
Ditto for me, Mayor. Thank
Okay,
you.
Councillor Moran, much appreciated.
And I'm gonna go that way.
Oh, excellent. And yeah, thanks for closing the door there, Councillor Healy. Much appreciated. And Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Yeah, just gonna move it. Can I move all three together?
No,
Okay.
I don't believe so.
All right, I'll move the tax exemption 2022 bylaw number 3047 2021 receive first, second, and third reading.
Second.
Excellent. Any questions or comments? Seeing none. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous.
You can do the next one.
Okay, sure.
I'll move tax exemption churches 2022 bylaw 3048, 2021, a bylaw to exempt certain lands and improvements set apart for public worship from taxation for the year 2022 will pass first, second, and third reading.
Second.
All right. Any questions or comments? Seeing none. All those in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
No, move the third one. 2022-2031 tax exemption bylaw number 3049 2021, a bylaw to exempt certain lands and improvements to the extent indicated for the years 2022 to 2031 receive first, second, and third readings.
That's been seconded. Any questions or comments? And this goes to 2031, so we don't have to think about it for like 10 years.
Yeah.
Councillor Cole Hamilton.
Oh, sorry, I was already, I was in
All those
favor.
in favor?
You had me. This takes us to
Any
2031.
opposed? That's unanimous. Thanks very much for that. Sorry, we can't do bylaws combined, but I was told
Fair.
very,
Yeah.
very clearly that I'm not allowed to do that. But
Adjournment?
Move adjournment.
all right, all those in favor of adjournment? Any opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you very much.
Okay, now we're from camera.
Okay, moving right along.
All right.